Presentation of the theory of anti-relativity. Okay, so Nikola Tesla was a pinnacle in the electrical engineering world, which basically doesn't exist anymore. There's no electrical research anymore. There's no electrical laboratories. No one's ever bothered to complete the unfinished equations or all the mistakes or the whole situation. So we got to kind of go all the way back in order to understand what Tesla and his contemporaries are working on. Now, you have to keep in mind with regard to Nikola Tesla, he wasn't just like a sole flash out of the blue individual that appeared from nowhere and just figured all this stuff out. What Nikola Tesla did is he rode the wave of an intellectual movement at the time. He was the peak of it, the quintessence of all the studies and theorizing and the math and everything that had accomplished with the start of a person by the name of Galvani. Would really be your beginning in all this. An Italian medical man that found that certain pieces of metal would cause animals' legs, if they weren't too deteriorated on the dissection table, to jump and twist. And then Galvani found that when there was a lightning storm, the legs would flop around on the table without any metal. So Galvani invented the antenna to experiment with what there was in space that made the animal's legs jump. And the detector that Galvani had at the time was the muscle tissue response to electricity. It didn't have any diodes or vacuum tubes or relays or magnets or nothing. It was just simply his detector was a biological organism that still responded to electrical stimulus. So what Galvani found was that there's an atmosphere around all metals. This atmosphere is different for each metal. It's identified with that metal. So if you have a metal of zinc and you have a metal of copper and you have two sheets of it and you have them all shiny, it is in between them is an electrical condition. And this is what I'm going to have to explain to everybody so they can understand is what is in between this space. Okay, now later what happened is a guy by the name of Volta found that if he took this electrical atmosphere situation, okay, and it involved what's called an electrolyte, which is a fluid like salt water or lemon juice or something either strongly acidic or alkali, something basically corrosive. And you put this metal into a sandwich with the liquid in the form of a gauze or paper or jelly or something to hold it. Now all of a sudden this electrical influence can be conveyed from one metal plate to the other and produce fire. By putting a piece of metal across, you start to get fire. So what Volta did is he started compounding these little what are called cells and getting a higher and higher and higher amount of this electrical condition until eventually he could produce a standing electrical flame. Now this was the first time that mankind has ever been able to produce a continuous electrical discharge condition, because previous to that it was either permanent magnets, which you can't really get any electricity out of, and electrostatics, which you can't really get any electricity out of. And the reason is you can't have electricity until you have its two components, which is either electrostatic or magnetic. Now, when the chemical cell was developed by Volta, now was the condition where not only did the atmosphere of the metal create the electrostatic condition, but the current flow through the metal of the chemicals trying to readjust through the dielectric or the electric medium, electrolyte, and the metals produces a current flow. Okay, of course, none of these people knew what any of that was back then. So a man by the name of Michael Faraday made an extremely important discovery that basically initiated the entire electrical age, and very little has changed since Faraday. Faraday found that in experimenting with this voltaic battery, as it's called, the word battery means like a line or a compounding of things. So a battery is a number of cells, a battery of cells. So if you have the thing that you put in your flashlight or your radio or whatever is not a battery, it's normally a cell, and then you use a number of them to make up a battery. So Faraday experimented with the battery and the wires and making the sparks, studying the sparks, and then what he found is the compass on the table, pointer would move every time he was drawing the sparks. And what Faraday found is that magnetism was appearing even though there was no magnets. And that was the beginning of what we call electromagnetism, which is the basic foundation of all of our technology, to the point where it's become almost like a religion. It's a social mind virus, so to speak, or an icon, archetype. And everything is based on this electromagnetic mind reality. So what Faraday theorized was, if the compass is sitting on one, and he found, now how many people here have ever been like in a school classroom where they take the iron filings and they put them on a piece of paper and you put the magnet underneath? Okay, good. Most people have seen that. Well, the iron filings form little fibers. You notice they tend to bind together into a fibrous structure. So what Faraday concluded is that there was a fibrous structure in space that was responsible for action at a distance. Now, at the same time, you had Isaac Newton, who was claiming gravity worked through nothing. There was no intermediary field, and came up with the concept of action at a distance. In other words, action at a distance means you can affect an object at a distant point without anything being in between. Well, there's something nonsensical about that. What's that?
If you believe in God, you could have a science like that.
Well, okay, I suppose. But at any rate, it didn't go that way. So the conflict broke out between whether there was something in between or not in between. So Faraday came up with the idea of what's called the ether. The ether is a spatial medium, what Tesla referred to as an ultra-rarefied gas. And actually, when Mendeleev worked out the periodic table of elements, he postulated through the use of the periodic table of elements, it was possible to predict elements that were not yet discovered because of the harmonic sequence of all the elements. And this led to what we would call the pre-hydrogen elements. So it seems to be there's some kind of primordial atmosphere that permeates everything, and that's what Faraday theorized it existed. And is referred to as the primordial ether. And the ether, when it becomes polarized through some type of hydrodynamical process, like twisters and tornadoes and vortexes of water going down holes and what have you, that these lines of force were appearing in this ether. If there was a motive force or something to cause this to want to exist. It's a condition of imbalance in a normally static ether. So it didn't go too far with that idea until telegraph guys picked up on the fact that what Faraday had also found was if you take this wire that you drew the fire with, and the compass points towards it, well, if I take that wire and I compound it on itself once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, each of the current flows passing over and over give the effect of a higher current. So if I have a current of 1 unit flowing through a wire, if I take that wire and coil it around so that every part, the wires are going in the same direction, there'll be 1 amp, 2 amp, 3 amp, and if I put 100 turns of wire on there, I have 100 amps. Now I have a magnetic field that makes iron jump around on the table, not just compasses. And this was the beginning of the electric motor and the telegraph relay. The telegraph relay kind of had a weird start in all this because it was developed by a painter by the name of Morse, who knew nothing about electricity, but enough experiments had been done that it was now known that electricity could be conveyed with a transmission structure from point A to point B. A monk in, I think it was France, did the final experiment of connecting the entire town's folks together, hand to hand with 25-foot pieces of wire in between, and discharged a giant electrostatic condenser, which at that time had just been developed by Franklin. And everybody jumped simultaneously. They made a line 1 mile, and everybody jumped together. And at that point, that was the final proof that electricity was It then thought instantaneous and can be conveyed to any point. So people worked with it and fooled around, and then Morse came up with the initiative that he was going to push it forward and do it. So what he did is enlist the help of Joseph Henry, which was basically duplicating Faraday's experiments here in So Steinmetz wrote a book in 1900 called The Theory and Calculation of Alternating Current Phenomenon. That immediately made him world famous. Steinmetz found out why the AC motors were burning up and heating up and developed what's called the law of hysteresis. The law of hysteresis is a situation where cause and effect no longer have a direct relationship. They're separated from each other. And through a hysteresis cycle, energy can appear or disappear into alternate forms. And basically, the internal combustion engine in the car works on a hysteresis cycle. The refrigerator in your house works on a hysteresis cycle in that the cause and effect relationships are altered so that energy is transformed from one system or one state to another. Now, to diverge a little bit off of Steinmetz, but I want to get this concept in people's minds, is everybody has the usual sing-song parrot idea that inside the cylinders of the engine in the car there are explosions. Okay, and these explosions create these pressure waves that push the pistons, and then when the pressure waves are all gone, then there's no more juice left and you have to get the crud out. And there's this heavy change of pressure and temperature, which basically an explosion defines. In other words, at one point the pressure's high, at another point the pressure's low in time. First it's hot, and then it's cooled off. Well, when you start to study reciprocating apparatus, you start to find that during the whole combustion cycle, there is absolutely no change in pressure in the cylinder. Zero. So something got stuck. This is how the law of hysteresis works. What Steinmetz found is that when you have current applied to electrical system to force magnetism into existence, the rate at which the magnetism develops is not the same rate at which the magnetism dissipates. And the force and the forced deal don't tie together anymore, and they don't happen at the same time. And what this does is it causes a massive loss of energy. So Steinmetz had to figure out a way to work with only magnetic materials that didn't have the hysteresis effect, and to laminate the iron instead of using blocks, so the magnetism wouldn't be shoved into the metal, but rather be guided by it. And then lo and behold, the AC motor was entirely engineerable and possible without Tesla and without Westinghouse. And alternating current flourished at that point. Now this book he wrote, it's almost like some kind of acid trip. What it is you read, I went through all the books to try to find the equations and ideas I needed for my studies at RCA. What I'd come across, and no books worked. There wasn't any book that could give me an idea of where I was going. I read Maxwell, I read Faraday, I read all the standard college texts on electromagnetism. All of it turned out to be absolutely useless or just too much work to get anywhere. Well, Steinmetz figured out a way to turn all this just into little high school algebra equations, completely wiped out all the calculus, all the other complicated stuff, about what he called symbolic algebra, which is an extremely important thing to get into. It allows for a way of conceiving things that are not within our normal dimensional realities. This book was such an impact on the electrical engineering community that a guy by the name of Ernst Alexanderson, let me find him, because he's basically the reason for the talk. Where's Alexanderson? Oh, I got a great picture of Steinmetz here. Let's see him too. Okay, that's when he's an old man. This is generator. We're in the right chapter, the GE chapter. That's when he started at General Electric. That was Alexanderson. Steinmetz is, when he started at General Electric, Steinmetz. Here we go. That's Steinmetz when he first got started in his mathematician career as a radical in Germany, writing an underground newspaper. So the classic Steinmetz is, there he is with Einstein. You can see, here he is in the middle of the whole crowd. Can you, there you go, there he is in the middle. You can see his deformity. But he was the brain behind all the rest of them standing behind him. And he always had a little smile on his face, like he knew something that nobody else did. Here he is at his prime. The cigar was a fixture. If it was taken away from him, he disappeared into the bushes, and the whole GE crew would have to hunt the woods in New York to find where the rat was hiding. So that's how he kept his situation under control where he worked, because AC was not possible without Steinmetz. So Alexanderson got a hold of this Steinmetz book in Sweden, where he was studying electromechanical engineering, and jolted him to the point where he got on the first boat and came straight to GE Labs in New York and stand in front of Steinmetz. And Steinmetz took him right in, and they developed a type of radio that is now like the Tesla system, but another type of radio that's of equal importance in the whole situation here. Having all of Steinmetz's mathematical abilities and knowledge and GE Labs at his disposal, the whole idea was to get around the Tesla patent. You could not develop radio unless you got around the Tesla patent. So what Marconi did was circumvent it by suing, okay, and then screwed the whole thing up into something that resembled Tesla's system but wasn't Tesla's system. But Alexanderson, now he had a problem with GE. Not only did he have to get around Tesla's patents, and now he even had to get around Marconi's patents because GE couldn't patent anything that was already patented. So Alexanderson developed, based on the Marconi system, another type of radio. Now this radio is not really clear how this one works. This starts to get into the fringe area of radio propagation. And the net result that's implied by the way the system is laid out, where Tesla's system kind of drills a path from one place to another and doesn't spread out, but there's still electrical lines of force of connection. The Alexanderson system seems to be kind of a prelude to a situation where electricity will disappear in one physical location and reappear in another physical location without anything going on in between. In other words, a true action at a distance. And as far as like the conspiratorial or theory end go, I would go so far to say that two properly constructed devices based on Alexanderson's principles, if you have one antenna in San Francisco and you have one in Los Angeles, and everything was tuned up right, that if you were standing in the one in San Francisco, you would be simultaneously standing under the one in Los Angeles as long as the generators were running. That is the implication of that particular technology or engineering, and that's what makes it worth studying.
Could you comment if you wish that the Philadelphia experiment might have been a variation of that?
Well, see, the Philadelphia experiment I don't know about because that's not there, you know what I mean?
I understand.
But yeah, the Philadelphia experiment would have to be, yeah, it would be something similar to that, but it'd be more like that integratron. But we're starting to get into that direction. That's what we're starting to get into. What it is what Alexanderson had done, the picture of his patent, well, I'll draw all that out. Alexanderson had done was to figure out a way to make an electric structure that is what's called scalar. In other words, there's no variation in space. If the structure, the switch is closed, the thing's turned on, if there's 100,000 volts at one end of the antenna, at t equals 0, at the other end of the antenna, the 100,000 volts is still at t equals 0. There's no time delay for the wave to get from one end to the other. It can be completely neutralized. Now, the first place this was done was in a place called Bolinas, California, which is not too far away from here. This was the first full implementation of the Alexanderson principle to completely neutralize the velocity, because the velocity in the Alexanderson system is engineerable. It has no relation to the velocity of light other than infinite velocity and the velocity of light are two what would be called poles or zeros in the system. In other words, they're kind of like nodal points where it crosses over from one state to the other. This is what I use for my earthquake research, is I come up with an antenna that receives out of the ground in such a way that the interfering currents flowing around can't affect it because they have a velocity. The antenna has no velocity. It all responds instantaneously, so it only responds to what comes straight up out of the earth and not what's moving around in between. It could be presented another way, is you're presented with an engineering problem where you have 1 mile of ground rods with a spacing of 300 feet. What kind of transmission structure is going to connect those ground rods together so they're all operating instantaneously and one isn't late or early with respect to the other? That's the basic engineering problem. And the Alexanderson principle and the Tesla principles are the way out of these things. Now, what Tesla had done inadvertently is Tesla had created a situation where instead of plus or minus in his motor work, now he created 4 poles instead of 2. So you can't use plus and minus in its simplest form anymore because now you have 4 instead of 2. Let me see if I can get into the plus. Does this thing erase this grease thing? Or, okay. Well, not easy. Let's kind of get into plus and minus a little bit and see what all that really is all about, rather than something you just heard somewhere when you were 12 years old. Okay, basically, all we can do is add with our fingers. Every other mathematical concept has to be derived. As primitive organisms in this world of mathematics, we count, okay, which is a process called addition, okay, which is symbolized by the plus. Okay, so if I have one item and plus another item, I count 1, 2. So 1 plus 1 equals 2. This is something that's innate in our kind of just, animal reality. Now, where Steinmetz comes in is how we work our way out of these type of situations. So the thing is what Steinmetz decided is being that we can only add, because we're primitive creatures, if we want to subtract, we have to use what's called an operator to evoke subtraction. So what Steinmetz did is you take a minus 1 and you multiply that by 1. And if you add that to 1, then you have subtraction, or 0. And he called this an operator. So now not only being that 1 has no real existence in the quantitative end of it, we can just say now we have the concept of minus. So he's introduced now the mathematical concepts of plus and minus. Okay, and the way we derive these type of equations is we take 1, okay, and we take what's called the square root of it. Okay, or we take 1 to the 1/2 power. And this gives us plus 1, as most mathematicians would know right off, and minus 1, because the square has to have 2 roots. So what Steinmetz decided, let's just keep carrying this on so that we can get Tesla's 4-pole electricity into equations. So Steinmetz decided, let's go fourth root of positive 1, which has to have 4 roots. So you end up with 4 roots. You end up with 2 that are the square root of 1, which is plus 1 and minus 1. And you have 2 roots, which are the square root of negative 1, which is plus j and minus j. So now we have 4 polarities rather than 2. We've scaled it up. This is what Tesla visualized in his visions in his mind, but Steinmetz turned it into a very simple algebra. There's no sines, there's no cosines, there's no trigonometric functions to deal with or any of that. It's a very simple algebraic situation. Now, what Tesla did when he moved from the alternating current to the impulse current, okay, I'm going to have to define these things now. It's sure a lot of work.
There's a Buddhist, kind of like a Buddha belly with a very large content kind of thing. Because in a toroid, unlike a solenoid has magnetic field that goes.
Probably was sort of maybe not clumsy, but kind of nibbling at the edge of this concept. That's kind
The
of
Philadelphia experiment, being that naval engineering is kind of part of my work. If somebody pointed a gun at my head and said, "You're going to do this, or we're going to pull the trigger," you figure it out. Okay. The first thing I would do is I would get my hands on the anti-mine cables that run around inside the ships. I had a Navy minesweeper to take apart once. Actually, we were supposed to put the thing together, but as usual, human geekdom destroys all projects. So a beautiful piece of naval engineering went to the scrap yard. But this thing was filled with cables, that the purpose of the cables was to make the ship magnetically invisible. Okay?
I sort of see your point.
Yes.
But I'm just saying that since very recent evidence has not proven the existence of gravity waves and that space-time is
Oh, but yeah, take off.
and that space-time can truly be shown to be nonlinear, then it kind of gives credence to this idea that you would have space, counter space, and sort of time, anti-time.
Right. Well, see, the thing is, I don't, in this period of time and mentalities and all that, not really thinking so much of time, space, because I haven't really combined them together yet.
Okay.
Because then I have to use a differential equation where not only am I varying with respect to time, but I'm varying with respect to space. So I might try to push that far, but right now I'm just kind of,
It's like a groundwork.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about the ether, whatever you want to call it. But right now, the ether is equal to, it's related to, the permeability and the permittivity of free space, which is equal to 377 ohms. Is this thing true for all scales of size? I mean, somehow, if things are really small, would it be not 377
No,
ohms?
you're stuck with it.
I mean, are you claiming that it's 377 ohms?
Always 377 ohms.
Regardless of scale?
Right? It's
And,
always 377 ohms if the speed of light is always 2.998
Yeah, but
centimeters per second.
There's a thing that refutes this.
But if the speed of light changes, the ohms change.
Yeah. Now, there's
Now,
a thing about...
in a simple transmission structure,
Yeah,
that is no
but
longer the
that's
case.
on a macroscopic scale. Now, for example, lenses, glass lenses, which you're all familiar with, focus light. But if you put an X-rays through it, it doesn't focus X-rays. You can move the lens back and forth. It's just sort of darker in the middle and lighter on the edges, but it doesn't focus X-rays. There's something happening because the X-rays are even smaller or doing something
Well,
different.
according to Tesla, Tesla insisted the X-rays were not transverse vibrations, so they couldn't be
Yeah,
influenced.
but they're all electromagnetic radiation.
No, they're not. Tesla said that X-rays are not electromagnetic radiation. And there's a big controversy over that. And two whole systems of X-rays developed, the Tesla system and the General Electric system, developed where Tesla could stand in front of his X-ray tubes and not be killed, where if you stood in front of an equivalent X-ray tube of the GE design,
Well, what is
you
the
went to
difference
the
between-
grave.
Well, what is the difference between the Tesla X-ray?
Well,
tube
that's kind of
and the,
right now out of the scope of the conversation.
Yeah, but
And
there's
nobody really
qualify
said.
it, because X-rays
Well-
are done by slowing down electrons or slowing down.
Well,
and
we'll
putting
get
a
into.
bremse on it.
I'm going to try to get into the electron. That's
Yeah.
I'm trying to get to Tesla's last discovery, but there's so much. I got to kind of stay on a certain path.
Yeah, okay.
I
This
can't.
next
I
question,
can't just give a 8-year college course in a matter of an
Yeah,
hour.
but this next question is much more simpler. It relates to the Tesla thing. We have a device, which I don't know if you've ever heard of a thing called a toroid,
Yeah.
which is I often refer to it as a Buddhist, kind of like a Buddha belly with a very large content kind of thing. Because in a toroid, unlike a solenoid has magnetic field that goes outside of itself.
Right.
Whereas a
Open circuit. Toroid's
is a
closed
completely
circuit.
satisfied and very content kind of device,
Right.
which has all the wires go around completely around in a circle and nothing sticks out
Right.
of it.
The natural form of magnetism.
Yeah, well, now the thing about it is you take a magnet you say you have a large toroid, and it's energized by 60 cycle 120 volt, you know, it's like half of a variac or something.
Mm-hmm.
If you put a magnet in and around the thing, the magnet does not vibrate because there's no magnetic,
There's no
the
external
field is
magnetic
completely
field, right.
contained within the body of
Right.
the toroid core. Now, what is going on when you take a wire and you run it through the middle of the thing, which has got no magnetic field, and around the outside, a heavy gauge copper wire, and you short the wire, you're forming a loop that goes through the middle of the toroid and around the outside, and the wire gets hot, and the Buddha belly, so the Buddha gets angry because now it expresses anger into the wire. But it's not, the wire's not immersed in a magnetic field. It's because the magnetic field is only going to the core.
Well, the magnetic field associated with the wire has to expand out into the core. In other words,
Yeah.
the lines of force of magnetism around the wire are concentric circles, and the core has got so much permeability that the circles just stay in the core. But there's a thing about magnetism, so you're bringing out, is that the physical relations of magnetism as we use them don't add up.
Yeah.
And you just pointed that out.
Yeah,
They
but
don't, the toroidal core, it doesn't add up.
Yeah.
There's some way and that's where this counter space comes in. There's some way that the wire, see what you're describing, what you've done is you've made one turn around the toroid that's now shorted out.
Yeah.
Okay, when you do that, the magnetism, that's what I'm going to get into, magnetism can't get out of the short, it's trapped. In other words, if I have perfect wires, okay, and I got current flow and I jam those wires together, the magnetism that's stuck in between those wires can't get out because there's no resistance. There's no counter space to eat up the magnetism. It's stuck. That's the classic zero, what do they call it? The absolute zero thing, where you take the lead disc, okay, and you drop it through the liquid helium and let it get cold. And when it gets down to absolute zero, because the intermolecular stuff can't interact with the electricity anymore, it will float on the magnetism because the magnetism can't get through it. But the thing is the magnetism is not going through the wire like it's spreading out into space. What the magnetism is going into the wire, into an inner space, a counter space. See, that's what I'm trying to get into. In order to understand electricity, you have to have an understanding of counter space, or it's impossible. And you have to be able to deal with a situation where things are coming from the future into the past, as well as going from the past into the future, because the electric wave you're working on is the point at which all these things cross in space and time.
One more theoretical question.
Yeah.
I think this is really fascinating. And the recent experiments with Bose-Einstein condensates, where they can get light to slow down almost to like a few inches per minute. What do you suppose would happen to your space, counter space, time, sort of anti-time realm? I mean, do you have any thoughts about that? I'm just kind of curious. About this kind of
Well, what I want to see is what would be if the product of the two was a certain velocity, then what impedance is the ratio of the two? How does that change?
But I mean, this would be like an area of experimentation. I would think would be sort of interesting, like another handle to sort of open this box up with.
Well, I mean, basically, if you add more inductance coils along the path and you add more capacitors across the path, you can build a transmission line and make a wave propagate at any velocity you want, or make the velocity even go away. That's. But let me get into. I want to get into kind of because nobody knows what I'm talking about right now. Okay, other than the history stuff. Okay, I'm sure there's a few people around, but I mean, it's, what is magnetism? You know what I mean? What's a volt? What's an amp? What are we talking about? Velocity. What are all these things? Okay, so that's what we need to do. That's what I gave you the history. Okay, the reason for getting into these guys, okay, is Tesla found out a way to get out of space and connect to another dimension, and Alexanderson figured out a way to circumvent space completely, or his work implies that you can circumvent space completely and make things appear in one other part of the universe without anything time delay in between. Now, if I want to talk to Alpha Centauri, I sure in the hell am not going to use waves that propagate at the velocity of light, because that would be stupid. Okay, now in order to use Tesla's waves, I would have to have an electrical permeable medium of such capacity that it could handle the flux density to carry the power from one end to the other, and that wouldn't be a likely situation between here and Alpha Centauri. So the only thing I could do was build electrical devices that responded in a scalar manner with regard to space. That way I could communicate with distant ends of the universe without having to wait for the signal to get there.
This is where the Alexanderson models.
Yeah, and the Integratron.
Okay.
The Alexanderson model, because you went through this with me down there, the Alexanderson antenna is an analog computer of that situation. Now what I'm finding is, which is striking with these analog computers, is not only can I get the waveform or the mathematical function, but I also get the physical effects without the Tesla coil, without the Alexanderson antenna. That is what I would have never expected. And that's what's fascinating, because you might not even have to build all this stuff. All you need is a box full of coil capacitors.
I would love to see a SNEC cryogenics lab, actually, but that's what's happening.
So at any rate, so what we're talking about is electricity. Let me change colors here. Maybe this one will erase easier. Draw lighter. Okay, so let's come up with a dynamical situation that everybody can relate to, because they all drive. Everybody here drives an automobile, or has been in one. So what we're going to do is we're going to use that as our model. Okay, and we're going to analyze it dynamically, just as we would all these electrical things I'm talking about. Okay, so now what we decide to do, okay, is if we're moving at a speed, okay, and then all of a sudden we decide we're going to go to another speed. Okay, and then stop. Now all kinds of things happen when we do this. During this interval of time here, things happen that are measurable. Okay, now if the speed increases at a constant rate, what we get is we have a force pushing us. Okay, which all of a sudden becomes a constant force, okay, pushing back. And then when the speed change is over and we're at a steady speed, this force disappears, and then there's no more perception of movement. Now another thing happens. If we measure the quantity of gasoline in the gas tank, okay, and there's 100 cubic centimeters before we start, and there's 50 cubic centimeters after we execute this function, then not only do we have this wave in time, but now we have this little cube in space of gasoline that doesn't exist anymore. In other words, we have this force that appeared and disappeared, and we have 50 cubic centimeters of gasoline that went somewhere and is gone. Now this is what's called differentiation and integration. This is calculus. Okay, this is how Newton and Leibniz and these people, they wanted to find the relationships between these situations of why you have this integrated situation where you have the accumulation. In other words, the gasoline just doesn't disappear at once, but it accumulates or deaccumulates. In other words, it's an averaging process that weighs something that you can hold on to. Now we have this time differential here, which is kind of abstract. It's like only there when we're changing velocity, and then it's gone. So now if we take the weight of your body, okay, and we symbolize it by the Greek letter phi, okay, now we take this, you put a scale against your back in the seat, and we take that, okay, and we symbolize that by the Roman letter E. Okay, and we take this interval of time here, and we call that T. So this is the weight of your body. Okay, this is how much perpendicular weight there is pushing back on the seat. In other words, the reactionary weight, and this is the time in which this happens. Well, lo and behold, then we have a situation where we've analyzed algebraically what's going on with a very simple mathematical ratio. In other words, your weight as a ratio to the time involved in changing your velocity gives you a force E. Now what I can do without any changes at all is this Greek letter phi represents a quantity of magnetism. Okay, the time T represents the change in that quantity of magnetism, whether I'm turning the current up or I'm turning the current down or the magnet's moving or whatever. And that gives me what's called the electromotive force E. So now everybody here understands Faraday's law. It's that simple. So this is how electrodynamics and electromagnetism were created, was out of this simple relationship. If I have a quantity of magnetism and I vary it with respect to time, it gives me something appears, an electromotive force. Now this electromotive force then can be taken and applied to another situation, and then we can start to compound this stuff out. Now, it turns out there's a pair of these equations in electricity because electricity is working in 2 dimensions. So we already know about magnetism. We know also electricity has to consist of what's called the dielectric or electrostatic field. So now we have 2 quantities. We not just have the weight quantity and the single process, but we have a pair of these things. Now, if I take and use the Greek letter psi to represent the electrostatic field, and I vary that with respect to time, and give the rate change the letter I, now not only do we have the electromotive force, but we have the current. So if I take a quantity of electricity, which I'll represent by the lower letter phi, it consists of 2 parts. Or it can't be electricity unless both parts are present. There's got to be a magnetic field, and there's got to be a dielectric field. And these are the 2 components. The magnetic field exists in electromagnetism in the dimension of space. In electromagnetism, the dielectric field exists in the dimension of counter space. So the electricity is always in one of these 2 dimensions. Okay, now if I take this quantity, the lowercase phi, then that becomes a symbolic representation of electricity. In other words, that is the ether in its electrified state. And it has dimensions. Because everything we're dealing with, there's dimensions. We have the dimensions of time. We have the dimensions of magnetism. These are what are called dimensions. So it turns out to be the dimensions of this are defined by something called Planck's constant. In other words, this quantity can only exist in integral multiples, which gives further justification to the lines of force theory, because the lines of force have definite size in some dimension. So the electricity can only exist in steps of these dimensions because electricity is made out of lines of force. So I can't have 1 and 4256 units of electrical induction because it's got to be some kind of, how would you say, like a whole number. It's got to be in these steps, the whole number being Planck's constant. If we make that, a constant or a number, or just make it 1 in our equation. That's what Steinmetz did in order to make his 24-page equations into a little 1-line algebraic relationship. All as Steinmetz did is instead of giving the waves in a velocity, he gave light seconds. And once he used light seconds in the equations, instead of the normal lengths and times, but used that quantity, everything dropped to dropped to 1. Once that was unit value, then all these the space-time continuum equations you were talking about, then all reduced to either the dimensions of space or time, and you didn't have to be stuck in both dimensions to do your calculations. And that was the only way that Steinmetz could represent these waves that were bouncing up and down the transmission lines, that there just didn't seem to be there's no way you could measure them or calculate them. Just like they were in another dimension. They were all trapped in these time dimensions and space dimensions, and it made them appear not to be there. So these 2 quantities we can derive, we break this down, electricity, into its 2 parts. Okay, now in electromagnetism, these 2 things have they have what's called a conjugate relationship, in that one is the denial of the other. And that's how one can be calculated from the other, and this is what gives us the Maxwell velocity of light situation. So if we take this electrical field, let's start to see what the electrical field looks like. We're going to start with electromagnetism because that's the one that everybody knows about, and that's what we're using, so there'll be no argument or mystery. Okay, what I have is I go out in the street, and I look down there, and I see these 2 black wires up on the poles. Okay, the old 1800 municipal railway DC wires still run down this street that's Fulton here. Okay, so we're gonna see what's going on with these wires. Okay, there's 600 volts in these wires at 2,500 amps. Okay, which is kind of cranking. Those buses draw a lot of juice. So we're going to do, these wires, they sit on these pieces of wood, which are referred to as insulators.
I'm sorry, how many volts at 20?
600.
Wow.
The feeders are 5,000 amps out of the rectifier. By the time they get here, it's probably more like 500. But if you look at the insulation all burned off, you can see that these things have been jammed up to about 2,500 amps. Okay, so what I have is I got a place that produces the electricity. Okay, I don't know where the rectifier stations are anymore. This
The Dark Age enveloped Greece. It enveloped Troy, too, for the site is barren of deposits which might be referred to the period 1100 to 700 BC. Not one shred of photogeometric pottery is known to have been found at Troy, not by Schliemann or by Dorpfield, or by Blegen himself. We are now, in effect, asking what happened at Troy during the Dark Ages in Greece, from the beginning of the 11th to the end of the 8th century BC. And this is the answer which we must accept, that there is nothing at Troy to fill the huge lacuna. For 2,000 years, men had left traces of their living there. Some chapters in the story were brief and obscure, but there was never a chapter left wholly blank. Now at least there is silence, profound and prolonged for 400 years. This observation of Denys Page, professor of Greek at the University of Cambridge, is in the nature of amazement. Out of a mound covering a ruined place, an archaeologist expects to extract stray objects that accumulated there in the space of centuries. In Troy there is silence, profound and prolonged, as if time itself had stopped. But the same author stresses that the Iliad preserves facts about the Trojans, which could not have been known to anybody after the fall of Troy. 7a. Thus, not only did Homer know of the kingdom and people of Mycene that were buried for centuries of the Dark Ages, but he knew also the kingdom and people of Troy who, too, were dead, buried, and forgotten in the darkness of the Dark Ages. The site of Troy is occupied late in the 7th century. But from the fall of Troy, now put by the archaeologists circa 1260 BC, until Homer's time, there was nothing on the surface of the mound that could disclose to the poet the many intricate details which he webbed into his epics. It is realized that Homer knew the scene of the Aegean coast of Asia Minor of the 8th and 7th centuries. Therefore, it was argued he could not have lived in the days of the Trojan War, or shortly thereafter. In the 12th century, a poet, having composed the poems in the 12th century, would not be able to introduce them into innumerable references to the Iron Age in Greece and the post-Phrygian Age in Asia Minor of the 7th century. Was the site of Troy alone in Asia Minor an archaeological void for 500 years following that city's destruction at the end of the Mycene Age? Radiometric observations at the Mount Wilson and Flagstaff observatories in 1922 have shown that a considerable amount of heat is emitted by the dark part of the disk of the planet Venus. Venus, being nearer to the Sun than the Earth, turns in succession its illuminated and shaded parts toward the Earth. It shows phases like the Moon. The temperature of the day and night sides
of Venus was measured by a radiometric method,
and it was found that there is nearly uniform temperature over the planet's surface, both on the illuminated and dark hemisphere. This sentence of E. Pettit and S. P. Nicholson is a terse statement of what is perhaps the most valuable single discovery ever made with respect to the planet Venus. Similar results were also obtained independently and almost simultaneously by a second pair of researchers. What explanation can be given for the phenomenon of the nearly uniform temperature of the day and night hemispheres of Venus? The conclusion drawn was this: the daily rotation of the planet Venus is very rapid, and during the short night the temperature cannot fall to any considerable extent. But this conclusion stands in complete contradiction to what was believed to be the established fact of the non-rotation of Venus with respect to the Sun, or of a rotation in relation to the fixed stars of a period equal to the time of one revolution on its
planetary orbit for 225 terrestrial days.
Due to the cover of clouds over Venus, it is impossible to have a direct impression as to whether Venus has a day-night rotation or not. The spectrographic data suggests that the planet revolves always with the same side to the Sun, just as the Moon revolves always the same side to the Earth, or that, at most, it rotates very slowly. In any case, a short period of rotation is excluded by the stereographic data. If the period of rotation of Venus is 225 days, as many observers have been led to believe, it was difficult to see how the high temperature of the rotating layer of the night side can be maintained. Compromise does not satisfy either side, neither the radiometric data, which suggests a short period of rotation, nor the precise spectrographic data, which indicate a long period of rotation, may be ignored, if they will undoubtedly furnish material for discussion and debate for many years.
In reality, there is no
Conflict between the two methods of physical observation. The night side of Venus radiates heat because Venus is hot. The reflecting, absorbing, insulating, and conducting properties of the cloud layer of Venus modify the heating effect of the Sun upon the body planet. But at the bottom of the problem lies this fact. Venus gives off heat. Venus experienced in quick succession its birth and expulsion under violent conditions, and existence as a comet on an ellipse which approached the Sun closely. Two encounters with the Earth, accompanied by discharges of potentials between these two bodies, and with a thermal effect caused by conversion of momentum into heat. A number of contacts with Mars, and probably also with Jupiter, since all this happened between the third and first millennia before the present era. The core of the planet Venus must still be hot. Moreover, if there is oxygen present on Venus, petroleum fires must be burning there. These conclusions are drawn from the history of Venus established by this research. A collective amnesia. At any rate, they seem to have been strangely forgetful of the catastrophe. Plato, Laws 3. It is an established fact in the learning about the human mind that the most terrifying events of childhood, in some cases even in manhood, are often forgotten, their memory blotted out from consciousness and displaced into the unconscious strata of the mind, where they continue to live and to express themselves in bizarre forms of fear. Occasionally, they may be converted into symptoms of compulsion neurosis and even contribute to the splitting of the personality. One of the most terrifying events in the past of mankind was the conflagration of the world, accompanied by awful apparitions in the sky, quaking of the earth, vomiting of lava by thousands of volcanoes, melting of the ground, boiling of the sea, submersion of the continents, a primeval chaos bombarded by flying hot stones, the roaring of the cleft earth. And the loud hissing of tornadoes of cinders. There occurred more than one world conflagration. The most horrible one was in the days of the Exodus. In hundreds of passages in their Bible, the Hebrews described what happened. Returning from the Babylonian exile in the 6th and 5th centuries before this era, the Hebrews did not cease to learn and repeat the traditions, but they lost sight of the fearful reality of what they learned. Apparently, the post-exile generations looked upon all these descriptions as the poetical utterances of religious literature. The Talmudists in the beginning of this era disputed whether a deluge of fire prophesied in old traditions would take place or not. those who denied that it might come based on their argument on the divine promise found in the book of Genesis, that the deluge would not be repeated. Those who argued to the contrary, reasoning that though the deluge of water would not recur, there might come a deluge of fire, were attacked for construing too narrowly the promise of the Lord. Both sides overlooked the most prominent part of their traditions, the history of the Exodus and all the passages about the cosmic catastrophe, endlessly repeated in Exodus, Numbers, and Prophets, and in the rest of the scriptures. The Egyptians, in the 6th pre-Christian century, knew about the catastrophes that overwhelmed other countries. Plato narrates the story which Solon heard in Egypt about the world destroyed in deluges and conflagrations. You remember but one deluge, though many catastrophes had occurred previously. The Egyptian priests, who said this and who maintained that their land was spared, on these occasions forgot what happened in Egypt when, in the Ptolemaic age, the priest Manetho starts his story of the invasion of the Hyksos by acknowledging his ignorance of the cause and nature of the blast of heavenly displeasure that befell his land. It becomes apparent that in the knowledge which was possibly alive in Egypt in the days when Solon and Pythagoras visited there, had already sunk into oblivion in the Ptolemaic age. Only some hazy tradition about a conflagration of the world was repeated, without knowing when or how it occurred. The Egyptian priest described by Plato as conversing with Solon supposed that the memory of the catastrophes of fire and flood had been lost because literate men perished in them. Together with all the achievements of their culture, and these upheavals escaped your notice, because for many generations the survivors died with no power to express themselves in writing. A similar argument is found in Philo the Alexandrian, who wrote in the 1st century of this era, "By reason of the constant and repeated destructions of water and fire, the later generations did not receive from the former the memory of the order and sequence of events." Although Philo knew about the repeated destructions of the world by water and fire, it did not occur to him that a catastrophe of conflagration was described in the book of Exodus. Nor did he think that anything of this sort took place in the days of Joshua or even Isaiah. He thought that the book of Genesis comprised the story of how fire and water wrought great destruction of what is on the earth, and that the destruction by fire, about which he knew from the teachings of the Greek philosophers, was identical with the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. The memory of the cataclysms was erased, not because of lack of written traditions, but because of some characteristic process that later caused entire nations, together with their literate men, to read into these traditions allegories or metaphors that were actually cosmic disturbances were clearly described. It is a psychological phenomenon in the life of individuals as well as whole nations that the most terrifying events of the past may be forgotten or displaced into the subconscious mind. As if obliterated are impressions that should be unforgettable. To uncover their vestiges and their distorted equivalents in the physical life of peoples is a task not unlike that of overcoming amnesia in a single person. End of subchapter. Folklore. Day unto day uttereth speech, and night unto night showeth knowledge. There is no speech nor language where their voice is not heard. The scholars who dedicate their efforts to gathering and investigating the folklore of peoples are constantly aware that folk tales require interpretation, for in their opinion these tales are not innocent and unambiguous products of the imagination, but veil some inner and more significant meaning. The legends of classic peoples, first among them the Greeks, also belong to folklore. As early as pre-Christian times, these legends were subjected to interpretation, many interpreters recognizing the symbolic character of mythology. With Macrobius in the 4th Christian century, there begins a tendency to see in many gods of Egyptian and Greek antiquity the personifications of the sun. Macrobius compared Osiris to the sun and Isis to the moon, disregarding the opinion of earlier authors. He also interpreted Jupiter as the sun, as the role the planets played in history of the world retreated ever further into oblivion. The interpretation of nature myth as referring to the sun or the moon became more and more widespread. In the 19th century, it was the vogue to explain the old myths as inspired by movement of the sun and the moon during the day, night, month, and year. Not only Ra, Amun, Marduk, Phaethon, and even Zeus, but also king heroes like Oedipus became solar symbols. This exclusive role of the sun and moon in mythology is a reflection of their significance in nature. However, in former times, the planets played a decidedly more important role in the imagination of peoples, to which fact their religions give testimony. True, sun and moon, Shamash and Sin, Helios, Apollo, and Selene were also numbered among the planet gods, but usually they were not the most important ones. Their enumeration among the 7 planets sometimes startles the modern scholar, because these 2 luminaries are so much more conspicuous than the other planets. The dominance of Saturn, Jupiter, Venus, and Mars must startle us even more as long as we do not know what was displayed on the celestial scene a few thousand years ago. Modern folklorists occupy themselves mainly with the folklore of primitive peoples, material unspoiled by generations of copyists and interpreters. Being received at its source, it is supposed to shed light not only on the mentality of these primitive peoples, but also on many problems of the sociology and psychology in general. The sociological method explores mythology for evidence of social uses. Folklorists like James Frazer expended their efforts on this aspect. Freud, the psychologist, centered his attention on the motif of father murder, patricide, presenting it as though it had been a regular institution in ancient times. He makes it appear in general practice in the past and in a subconscious urge in present-day man. However, regular institutions and practices in the life of the family would not give rise to myths. A writer on this subject has correctly pointed out this fact. What is quite normal in nature and society rarely excites the myth-making imagination, which is more likely to be kindled by the abnormal, some startling catastrophe, some terrible violation of the social code, Even less than daily tribal life do, daily occurrences in nature give rise to legends. The sun rises every morning. It travels from east to west. The moon enters a new phase 4 times a month. The year has 4 seasons. Such regular changes do not stir the imagination of peoples, because they contain nothing unexpected in themselves. Daily things do not evoke astonishment and influence but little a people's creative faculty. Sunrise and sunset, morning dew and evening mist are common experiences. And if a single spectacle impresses itself upon us in the course of life, the many sunrises and the many sunsets in our memory pale, and each looks like the other. And time flies. Seasonal snowstorms or thunderstorms do not leave indelible memories, only striking, perturbing experiences of a social or physical order are designed to stir the imagination of peoples. Seneca says, "It is for this very reason that the assembly of stars that lends beauty to the immense firmament does not compel the attention of the masses. But when a change occurs in the order of the universe, all looks are fixed on the sky." Even local catastrophes, regarded as very violent, do not serve for the creation of cosmic myth. First in power to impress the races of the earth are the cataclysms of the past. And on this we have dwelt at length. Comets, because of their casual relation to world catastrophes, and also because of their terrifying appearance, were the kind of phenomenon to kindle the imagination of peoples. But for some reason, the impression they must have made on the peoples of antiquity is not considered an explanation of myths and legends. Since the invention of the printing press, the great agitation and mass hysteria caused by the more brilliant comet can be traced in contemporary books and pamphlets. Were the ancients immune to these feelings? If not, then why are the exegetes of the Bible and the commentators on the epic compositions of antiquity so remiss as not to think of phenomena that could not but impress the ancients? Or did no comets appear in the sky during ancient times? This, of course, is only a rhetorical question. Keeping this in mind, we shall be able to answer the question about the striking similarity of certain concepts among peoples of different cultures, sometimes separated by oceans. End of subchapter. And I could keep going with that. That was pretty good. I have to say that was one of the best chapters that I have read from Velikovsky. Species with Amnesia. Indeed. When the generation of the deluge began to practice idolatry, God was deeply grieved. The 2 angels, SHEMHAZAI and AZAZEL, arose and said, "O Lord of the world, it has happened, that which we foretold at the creation of the world and of man, saying, What is man, that thou art mindful of him? And God said, And what will become of the world now without man? Whereupon the angels, We will occupy ourselves with it. Then said God, I am well aware of it, and I know that if you inhabit the earth, the evil inclination will overpower you, and you will be more iniquitous than ever men. The angels pleaded, Grant us but permission to dwell among men, and thou shalt see how we will sanctify thy name. God yielded to their wish, saying, Descend and sojourn among men. When the angels came to earth, and beheld the daughters of men in all their grace and beauty, they could not restrain their passion. SHEMHAZAI saw a maiden named Ishtar. And he lost his heart to her. To my request, but she replied, I will not listen to thee until thou teachest me the name by the mention which thou art enabled to ascend to heaven. She promised to surrender herself to him, if first he taught her the infallible, what is that word?
Ineffable.
The ineffable name, by means of which he raised himself to heaven. He asserted to her condition, but once she knew it, she pronounced the name and herself ascended to heaven without fulfilling her promise to the angel. The seduction of Ea. God said, because she kept herself aloof from sin, we will place her among the 7 stars, that men may never forget her. And she was put in the constellation Pleiades. SHEMHAZAI and AZAZEL, however, were not deterred from entering into alliances with the daughters of men, and to the first 2 sons were born. AZAZEL began to devise the finery and the ornaments by means of which women allure men. Thereupon God sent these names.
Metatron.
Metatron. Oh, that's a lovely name. He should have let his wife pick out the name. To tell SHEMHAZAI that he had resolved to destroy the world and bring on a deluge. The fallen angel began to weep and grieve over the fate of the world and the fate of his 2 sons. If the world went under, what would they have to eat? They who needed daily 1,000 camels, 1,000 horses, 1,000 steers. These 2 sons of SHEMHAZAI by name dreamed dreams. The one saw a great stone which covered the earth, and the earth was marked all over with lines upon lines of writing. An angel came and with a knife obliterated all the lines, leaving but 4 letters upon the stone. The other son saw a large pleasure grove planted with all sorts of trees, but angels approached bearing axes. They had fallen the trees, sparing a single one with 3 of its branches.
I knew a man who once said death smiles at us all. All a man can do is smile back.
Thus, as you see, we read with different eyes, with different mind. The first part of what the collision about signifies for us. We are in a state of a victim of amnesia. Humankind is a victim of amnesia. And a victim of amnesia does not act responsibly. He acts irrationally.
There's a house in New Orleans they call the rising sun, and it's been a run of many poor boys.
Is under the urge to repeat the ancient catastrophic events, the ancient trauma. Are we not in a predicament? It is not a preaching to be better. It is a preaching to know yourself.
What do you think is the effect of this collective amnesia in the future?
The effect is very great, not only in the future, it was also in the past. Because as long as a man doesn't remember his past, he acts as a neurotic, a person who suffered a traumatic experience. Due to this traumatic experience, suffered also an amnesia, a local amnesia, so to say, not spread through all his personality, but in this case, in the human race, we have something that is comparable with a single personality that suffered a trauma.
Between 20,000 and 40,000 years ago, humans in Europe entered into a dark and foreboding gloom, lit their animal fat-fueled lamps, and proceeded to produce artistic masterpieces that, when rediscovered millennia later, led Pablo Picasso to declare modern art had invented nothing. The subterranean gloom encountered by these early artists was nothing substantially different from their everyday existence on the surface above. Outside these caves, in the open air of a world existing under chaotic void-like sky, mankind's early ancestors are reported in myth to have lived in a perpetual twilight, devoid of our current sun. Their world, according to many ancient creation accounts, was permeated by a dull glow that provided barely enough light in which to read your average Paleolithic newspaper. Eduardo Cardona, in a chapter in his book Godstar, titled The Age of Darkness, points to comments made by P. Wheeler on the Japanese creation myth that indicate the universal nature of the Kronos-Saturn myth as the main construct in this primordial age of darkness. In the earliest legend with which the recital opens, one recognizes the primal myth, the development from a primordial darkness of chaos. This is the Kronos legend in its 1,000 forms, the father of all mythologies, upon which so many peoples have constructed their cosmogonies, while also providing many direct quotes from various world creation myths, including Jewish literature. Cardona cites H. Osborne, whose work on South American mythology also recognized this primeval age of darkness theme. Some mythological cycles feature a primitive age of darkness before the existence of the sun, when human beings lived in a state of anarchy without the techniques of civilized life, an age before the existence of the sun. As noted by Cardona, which descriptions may leave the reader with the mistaken impression that without the sun there was no light at all. Yet this is not quite the case in mythology, and the same creation myths point to the existence of at least a modest amount of light before the coming of the sun, albeit from a different source to our sun. That source was Saturn, the ancient creator god, in his myriad of forms throughout world mythology, and conclusively identified with the planet Saturn. This celestial Saturn was the very same small and weak raven character in the Eskimo creation myth. The light of our current sun, as a rule, is not essential to life. Microbial life can exist in a sunless environment, as can species of deep sea life. While photosynthesis in vegetation works best in the darker red light spectrum, rather than the harsh and bright ultraviolet light of the sun, so it is not inconceivable that life on Earth, as we know it, could have existed and even flourished in a predominantly nocturnal world, provided there was some form of radiated red spectrum light or energy. Most species of animal, including those now long extinct, exhibit high degrees of nocturnal adaptation. Of all the higher creatures currently inhabiting the Earth, human beings are probably the least adapted to a nocturnal environment. Yet traditional mythologies remember a time of darkness stretching out into an unknown antiquity, a time in which the god Saturn, in all his manifestations, was small and weak, a mere shadow of the creative force he was destined to become. As mankind's first remembered source of light, long before the coming of the sun, Saturn is said to have cast its pale light on a world without seasons and devoid of any means for humans to calculate time. Locked in a stationary post that is reported in mythology to have been at the northern celestial realms, the primordial Saturn seemingly drifted aimlessly through the skies on a chaotic heavenly milieu resembling the ebb and flow of a dark ocean. In this state of affairs that is referred to in the opening verses of Genesis, when darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. Our conclusion here is that Saturn's primordial source of a dim, timeless light was a duly glowing sub-brown dwarf star, of which Earth was one of its primary and original satellites, and the Earth was nestled close enough to its original host star to have been enveloped in Saturn's opaque and warming plasma sheath. For humans alive on Earth at this time, there would have been no reference to the greater cosmos, and therefore no reference to any moving celestial object with which they could have marked the passage of time. This was a timeless age in which the dim blue-red light spectrum emanating from Saturn would have cast a dark purple-hued glow over the Earth's surface. This, then, was mankind's purple dawn of creation. Electric universe physicist Wallace Thornhill has suggested the planets orbiting closely to brown dwarf stars would be the best place to go looking for life as we know it outside the solar system. This is a possibility under the EU model because all types of stars, including brown dwarfs, are explained as an electric discharge phenomenon taking place where vast cosmic and electrically live Birkeland currents entwine and pinch down into what is called a Z-pinch, also known as a Bennett pinch. Discovered over 100 years ago, Birkeland currents, or the filamentary gas strings of twisting plasma ropes seen in space, are viewed in the EU model as the galaxy's power lines, feeding electrical power to all of the stars we see in the shining night sky. The eyes of that extinct species of giant, whose bones fill the mounds of America, have gazed on Niagara as our eyes do now. Abraham Lincoln, 1848. He who knows nothing is closer to the truth than he whose mind is filled with falsehoods and errors. Thomas Jefferson. And for even Abraham Lincoln to mention to Congress that there were giants once on the earth, it all makes total sense. Plants grow better in red light. They have fossils of 100-foot-tall mushroom in Alaska. This whole red thing with people, like the red ochre people, purple being a royal color. It lends serious gravity to Saturn theory. That the Earth was once a planet of a brown dwarf star system. And how they know that it's a difference from a brown or a red dwarf, I take that as the brown dwarf is just a lot smaller and cooler. Perhaps more stable. He never mentioned anything that I've heard of where life can exist around a red dwarf. They're much more violent. That's the bad thing about living in an environment like that. It can affect you, and there would be many, not many, but more than a few extinction events every so often. I mean, for all we know, it could happen here too. At one particular time, or perhaps several, an ocean's worth of water was dumped on the Earth. Salt, soil, rock, heavy metals, you name it, got sent to Earth from Saturn when it flared or nova. The Earth was bathed in the light of a brown star, Saturn. Earth would have been much smaller as well. For example, a little known fact exists that dinosaurs, even giants, could not lift themselves off the ground or live comfortably in Earth's gravity today, then it had to be smaller. If it was 1/3 of what it is today, when it was a satellite of Saturn. Nobody ever talks about that, the dinosaurs and their weight issue with today's gravity. They don't even mention it. I'm going to show you some clips from David Talbot's Remembering the End of the World. He says that myth is our key to remembering. The whole universal monarch thing, heaven in the sky, it's very, very interesting. Just trying to show you a clip of the show is leaving out really valuable information, so please, by all means, watch Remembering the End of the World if you haven't already. It's excellent graphics.
Blood poured from the mountains which split and came crashing down, and the earth was engulfed in great clouds of darkness. But the dragon is a biologically impossible monster. So what did the ancient chronicles mean by a dragon moving among the stars and disturbing the planets? The Aztecs and Maya, the Babylonians, the Egyptians, the Chinese, Japanese, and Oceanic races, early British, Celtic, and Germanic nations, the Greeks and Romans, all employed the cosmic serpent or dragon as a hieroglyph for one celestial phenomenon, a comet. In ancient astronomies, the dragon and the comet carry the same meaning. They mean the end of the world, cosmic night, doomsday.
Velikovsky had noticed that the most common symbol of sweeping catastrophe was the serpent or dragon attacking the world. I discovered that from one culture to another, many different hieroglyphs for the comet are attached to the serpent or dragon. Bearded dragons, fiery dragons, serpents with long flowing hair, feathered serpents. This led me to a guiding principle. When different symbols all point to the same thing, you are on the edge of discovery. But if the dragon meant the comet, and the comet meant doomsday, what about the other characters in our fairy tale? What about the hero? What about the beautiful princess?
In the myth of St. George, the dragon of darkness attacks the village and carries off the beautiful princess. Then along comes the hero, St. George, who vanquishes the dragon and frees the princess. But in the earlier versions of this story, the dragon is the terrible aspect of the princess herself. So the hero is actually saving the princess from her own alter ego. In the later versions, the innocent princesses and fair maidens are often victimized by an ugly witch. And yet the witch, the devouring hag, and the ogress, like the dragon, all represent the alter ego, or terrible aspect, of the princess herself. And while the witch may soar across the sky with disheveled or flaming hair, she also takes the form of a serpent or fire-breathing dragon when she grows wrathful. It was said of the witch's hair that it could bring rain, hail, wind, and lightning, exactly what ancient nations said of the comet. So too the witch's broom. From Europe to Asia, the clump of grass or straw or feathers, the primitive broom or whisk, was an acknowledged symbol of the comet. In the Americas, Aztec history remembered Venus as the great feathered serpent, and they called Venus the smoking star, the very phrase they used for a comet. The stargazers of Peru knew Venus as Chasca, the long-haired star, the most common phrase for the comet among ancient peoples. Venus, daughter and spouse of the universal monarch. Within the womb of the goddess resided the unborn hero, Mars, heart of the heart, pupil of the eye. The goddess was the great star, radiating its comet-like hair in all directions, the celestial prototype of the beautiful princess. She was the glory of heaven, the animating flame giving life to the ancient sun god. Her place was squarely in the center of the sun. This produced the great wheel of the sun, with the goddess as the nave and the hero as the axle. As the configuration evolved, the comet-like streams gathered into three rays, remembered as the triform or threefold goddess. Later, the same comet-like material presented four streamers or rays, giving the wheel its four spokes, four luminous winds, four life-bearing streams, four flaming arrows launched into the four directions, and the four pillars of heaven. Day and night arrived with the coming of a great crescent on Saturn, this crescent enclosing the central star of Venus. Saturn's crescent horns provided the celestial timepiece for the daily cycle, fading against a brightening sky as they rose to the right. Growing brilliant as they descended to the left. Hero and goddess engaged in a spiraling dance about the cosmic center. The serpent tail wrapped itself around Venus to produce a band presenting the form of a great eye, so that in its re-entry, Mars became the pupil, or the red apple, of the eye. Saturn's golden age was interrupted by catastrophe, when the enclosure of the gods was sealed shut. The descent of the hero in his dark aspect brought overwhelming clouds and darkness. This was the underworld journey, the archetypal ordeal of the hero, and for the earth, a deluge of fire and water. Then Mars rose out of the waters of the deep to produce the world mountain. The opened eye of Venus formed the rim of the great world wheel, the fiery body of the encircling serpent. Watered by the four rivers, this was the land of the gods, resting on the summit of the world mountain, a bright crescent forming the horned peak. The mountain of Mars became the mooring post of the turning sky. The column of wind or water rising along the world axis. The pillar of the cosmos, with its four extensions holding aloft the world wheel. But the ancient paradise did not last. The hero spirited away the goddess, or stole the heart of the universal monarch, who tumbled from the summit of heaven. The Golden Age gave way to the cosmic night, when the hordes of chaos were set loose and the doomsday dragon moved about in the sky, a monster created by the twisting forms of Venus and Mars. It was then that the terrible goddess appeared with wildly disheveled hair, lamenting the death of the universal monarch. In the events that follow, the hero will subdue the dragon or pacify the raging goddess. The universal monarch's own son, Jupiter, will be installed in the center of the sky. But the universal monarch has departed, and with his death comes the end of the Golden Age.
All that remain are fragments of a collective memory, and hidden deep in the human psyche, a sense of something irrevocably lost, and yet eternally yearned for, a paradise when heaven and earth were one. The death of this paradise was the birth of myth. For several decades now, our probes have explored the heavens, returning messages that challenge our long-held assumptions. Where we expected answers, we found mysterious contradictions. But our expectations were based on an intellectual fiction, the idea of the uneventful solar system. Can Can we allow for the possibility that our ancestors experienced extraordinary cosmic events, events we've simply forgotten? If we allow this idea, even as a possibility, we are inviting a revolution. One discovery will lead inexorably to another, and our entire perspective on the past and the future will be forever changed.
Egypt and the rest of these things that he showed us, all from mythology, all from thousands of years ago. These things clearly were seen by civilizations that never talked to each other from the far corners of the earth. It all just clicked together like a three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle in my mind.
A breakthrough for me came when I realized that many different cultures spread around the world use different words, different symbols, different myths to describe precisely the same formations in the sky. The Ouroboros, or celestial serpent biting its tail, for example, occurs on every habitable continent, but it has no ties to the world we now observe. Like all of the archetypes, it is part of an alien sky. A cosmic column rising to the center of the sky, holding aloft the wheel of heaven. And much more than a wheel, because this was the revolving cosmic temple, the city of the gods, the kingdom of heaven, always resting on the cosmic column. Then there's the image of the four rivers or pathways radiating from the center of the sky out to the boundary, the rim of the wheel. The simplest forms lead you invariably to the full story of world mythology. The hero's journey unfolds as the story of the wheel's axle. The mother goddess finds her identity in the star at the summit.
The story of the Royal Society, they were created apparently on 28th November 1660, followed a lecture at Jessam College by Christopher Wren, joined by other leading polymaths including Robert Boyle, John Wilkins. The group soon received royal approval. It would be known as the Royal Society of London for Improving Natural Knowledge. The Royal Society's motto, nullus in verba, is taken to mean take nobody's word for it, expression of the determination of fellows to withstand the domination of authority and to verify all statements by an appeal to facts determined by experiment. They violate their own motto. They ignore facts and even hide them or cover them up. The real story of the Royal Society was that they were created by the same people who created the Masons and the Rosicrucians, Francis Bacon and Sir John Dee, to control information, because they know that knowledge is power. They paid Darwin to come up with his theory and then claim that evolution is not a theory, it's a proven scientific fact. Well, I guess that depends on what you want to believe. A belief has no place in science. Once you have a belief, you have to defend it. But I bet you they're a lot closer to the truth than the Royal Society is. It is the same thing in every single science, even events in history. We never get the straight story. The thing about a story is, with scientific reports, and it's the same with news reports, usually the first unfiltered stories you get at an event's happening is closer to the truth than after damage control can come in But you would think recreating the sun in the laboratory would be like huge news. It should be science changing that they can recreate. But it goes completely unnoticed and gets ignored.
Garb. His sword and battle axe are resting next to him. The length of the skeleton is 4.5 yards, and the teeth of the big man are measured at 6.5 inches long and 2 broad. End quote. Adding to the evidence verifying the existence of giants are numerous gigantic fossilized footprints. For example, an imprint of a human foot 80 centimeters or 2.5 feet in length has been unearthed in Tanzania. Similar footprints of a slightly smaller size, about 50 centimeters or 1.5 feet, were found in the Nevada desert, left approximately 250 million years ago. A series of handprints was found next to traces of dinosaurs near a village in Turkmenistan. The height of the giant that left them is estimated at about 5 meters, almost 16.5 feet, and lived 150 million years ago. A human tooth 5 times larger than an ordinary man's tooth was found in Hong Kong in 1935. A 60 centimeter or 2 foot high human skull with 2 rows of teeth was found in Alaska in 1950. And a 50-foot long petrified human skeleton, that's 15 meters, folks, was found in Mongolia in 1999. The sheer plethora of evidence allows us to state unequivocally that giants did indeed once exist. But whether they were a single people who settled all over the earth or belonged to different races, this is a question which scientists have yet to unambiguously answer. But if giants really existed, and not only in myth and legend, then it stands to reason that other traces of their lives should also exist. For example, architectural structures and other such objects. In the opinion of a number of scientists, the numerous megalithic objects that have been discovered all over the Earth serve as proof of the prior existence of giants. Even in our time, with modern technology, it is extremely difficult to build such monumental objects, and tens or even hundreds of thousands of years ago, without some kind of mechanical lifting mechanisms, it seems that it would have been virtually impossible. And yet, they exist. This is the famous Baalbek Terrace located in Lebanon near Beirut. 3 huge stone slabs, each weighing about 800 tons, are embedded in its base. The plates are identical and fit together so seamlessly that one cannot even insert the blade of a knife between them. Researchers calculated that to install just one such stone block, 21 meters wide and 54 meters long, would require the simultaneous effort of at least 35,000 people. Who, how, and why did they do it? Handwritten Arabic treatises say that the structure was built as a temple of Jupiter and that the giant beings built it on the orders of King Nimrod just after the flood. The ancient city of Teotihuacan, the City of Gods, is located 31 miles from Mexico City and is an entire complex of huge stone blocks. According to the most common historical version of events, the city was built by giants to turn people into gods. Its layout resembles a model of the solar system. From the central temple, which embodies the sun, at appropriate distances are the planet temples, even including Pluto, which modern astronomers only discovered in 1930. This means that the inhabitants of this site somehow already knew a great deal of astronomy, even at that ancient time. Regarding objects that giants might have built, scholars also include the Egyptian Sphinx, the English Stonehenge, the stone figures of Easter Island, and the Tibetan City of the Gods. Not only are these structures themselves amazing, but also their geometrical connection with each other. For example, a line drawn from the Tibetan City of Gods to the Egyptian Sphinx, if continued, leads directly to Easter Island, and another line from the City of Gods through the Mexican pyramids also goes to Easter Island. These 2 lines delineate 1/4 of the Earth's surface, and a line drawn from the City of the Gods to Stonehenge divides this quarter exactly in half. And what about modern people who are giants? One view is that the life and then disappearance of these giants is related to some cosmic cataclysm. There is evidence that hundreds of millions of years ago, a huge asteroid approached our planet, and the dimensions of this asteroid exceeded those of our present-day moon. It's postulated that it became a satellite of the Earth, and because of this, the gravity in our planet was significantly weakened. It was then that the giants appeared and developed a fairly advanced civilization. Hundreds of thousands or even millions of years later, this satellite descended from its orbit and disintegrated, its debris falling to the Earth. Survivors of the disaster, through mutation and adaptation, decreased in size as the gravity on the planet had suddenly increased dramatically. In addition, the ozone layer of the atmosphere decreased sevenfold, increasing the negative impact of solar radiation. Now, a smaller body meant less total surface area and thus a lesser exposure to the sun's radiative effects. Some researchers have ascertained that before the catastrophe, the Earth's atmosphere contained 1.5 times as much oxygen as now. Large animals thrive with more oxygen, and this helps explain the fossil record of all the giant animals and plants characteristic of that time, which obviously would also be beneficial to giant humanoids. After the disaster, the size of the giants gradually decreased. According to some well-known anthropologists, such as Christopher Bohm and Franz Weidenreich, before the explosion and fall of the satellite asteroid, the Asuras, inhabitants of the legendary continent of Lemuria, reached a height of 50 meters or 160 feet. As a result of the catastrophe, the continent divided, and the once united race of giants were now isolated from each other. The successors of the Asuras were 18 meters tall, that's about 60 feet, and their successors 6 meters, or about 20 feet tall. As a result of these new environmental conditions in the world, the giants in many areas died out. But in some areas they managed to survive, at least until the 16th century. Of course, such a theory runs counter to the teachings of Darwin, but it is this theory that most plausibly explains the existence of the giants. What do you think? Let's discuss this fascinating topic in the comments under the video. Thank you.
Of the ancient comet fears is going to run into the work of Immanuel Velikovsky, the controversial theorist who suggested that, well, there's a reason for the fears of comets around the world. We experienced this horrific cometary catastrophe. The world was devastated by a comet just a few thousand years ago. And Velikovsky went further. He said that not that long ago, planets appeared in the sky with comet-like attributes. In particular, he named the planet Venus as the great comet of antiquity. Both Walt Thornhill and I disagreed with many components of Velikovsky's reconstruction, but we also felt that Velikovsky had nailed certain principles that can help us to understand the early cultures. In particular, Velikovsky was correct in naming the planet Venus as the Great Comet. And the cometary language of Venus goes far beyond anything that Velikovsky himself published. In every corner of the world, the language of the comet and the language of Venus are identical. Venus as serpent or dragon. Venus as torch of the sky. Venus as long-haired star. Venus as bearded star. The Sumerian goddess Inanna was identified as Venus. She was the Lady of Life. But in her terrible aspect, she became a dragon-like flame in the sky. The texts say, like a dragon, you have deposited venom on the land, raining the fanned fire down upon the nation. Inanna became a roaring storm. She devastated the land. Mankind comes before you in fear and trembling at your tempestuous radiance, the texts say. Inanna's Babylonian counterpart Ishtar was also identified as Venus. She was the shining torch of heaven and earth. Furious and irresistible onslaught. I rain down like flames, the goddess announces. The Egyptian goddess Sekhmet has the same attributes. She takes the form of the fiery Uraeus serpent. She becomes a flame of fire in her tempest, a star scattering its flame in fire. Sekhmet herself says, "The fear of me is in their hearts, and the awe of me is in their hearts. No one at all can approach her," the coffin texts say. "The streams behind her are flames of fire." The astonishing fact is that goddesses everywhere exhibit this terrifying and cometary aspect. The Canaanite Inat, the Hindu Kali and Durga, the Greek Aphrodite, Athena, Medusa, and countless others. And of course you can add numerous counterparts in the New World, from the Incan goddess Chaska to the Aztec goddess Xochiquetzal to the legendary Nokomis of North American Indian tribes. The serpent or dragon is an unexplained mythical archetype. There's nothing like it anywhere in the biological world. And yet the same recurring features will be found in cultures the world over. The dragon's disheveled hair and shaggy beard. Its knotted aspect, and its worldwide appearance as entwined twins. Its fiery or lightning-like emanations, and its effusive feathers. In all of the ancient serpent or dragon images, it's the luminous, filamentary, braided, spiraling, metamorphosing, and destructive aspects that stand out, the very traits of high-energy plasma discharge. The attributes of these mythic monsters remain unexplained only until we see the hairy and feathery attributes of the electric arc in the laboratory. We see precisely the same thing in enhanced images of the comet's tail. And we see the same thing in the comet-like discharges of distant nebulas. Gases in a vacuum don't behave this way, but electrified plasma does.
Peter Mungo Jew from the Thunderbolts group is talking about
instant fossilization of the electric force. The thunderbolts are so powerful that they could instantly fossilize a mammoth or something else. This is the picture of his video. I'll put it down in the links. Highly recommend it. It's very interesting. But new research is being uncovered, and then they can just ignore the ignorers.
At Thunderbolt presented reports that challenge some of the bedrock beliefs about the history of our planet. Our Bolts project that evidence from increasingly fine data in numerous specialized fields only confirms the hypothesis of recent catastrophic events on our planet and in the inner solar system. In this episode, Bishop Nicholas Sykes explores the question, is our history far different from that which official science proposes?
My previous videos in this series have considered the serious possibility of the science of the modern schools being wrong in areas of cosmology and physics about such diverse topics and phenomena as black holes, the Oort cloud, the composition and genesis of comets, the model of magnetic reconnection, the way the sun and other stars are powered, and Einsteinian relativity, including its restriction of the speed of gravity to the supposed maximum possible speed of electromagnetic radiation in vacuo. Science, however, is a broad subject. Indeed, one might adduce from the above, and far from exhaustive catalogue of contradictions that my colleagues and I are claiming that the whole enterprise of science is flawed in principle. It is necessary to deny that deduction categorically. In my view, what we are claiming is that human intellectual and moral error have, especially during the last 100 years, brought about grave flaws in that intellectual structure that in the second decade of the 21st century is being presented in the schools and in the media as settled science. One basic mistake is to ignore the reality that any science may only be regarded meaningfully as settled, and only tentatively at that, when its various theories continue to be open to being tested by experiment and observation. Any science theory claiming that further investigation into it is closed has by that claim unsettled itself. If some new observational or experimental discovery is considered to disturb what was formerly regarded as settled, then the true scientific method will seek to find further resources of observation or experimentation to investigate the issue. Too often one perceives those in their settled science castles pulling up the drawbridges as if new observations, experiments, and science models must be science's enemies, rather than having the possibilities of bringing health and renewal to the great structure of science and science education that our generation is called to bequeath to the future. One of the most long-standing such settled science castles is that model of the Earth's history that may be referred to as Lyellian uniformitarianism. Charles Lyell, 1797 to 1875, who preceded Charles Darwin, 1809 to 1882, and upon whose thought Darwin came to draw, accepting, one supposes, the Newtonian impression of a solar system that had run like clockwork for all of history, laid down the view that whatever past changes had ever been brought about in nature would have been essentially no different than what was observable in the present. And it seemed obvious that in the present time, natural changes were slow. Lyell's model of natural change in course of time overtook older models of catastrophic change accepted by many researchers, and particularly by Georges Cuvier, 1769 to 1832. In more recent times, models of punctuated evolution have been proposed by Stephen Jay Gould and others, but the conditions driving such punctuation are still assumed to have occurred only in periods of time before humans existed. It is therefore by no means altogether surprising that the electric universe model, which envisages catastrophic changes not only before the advent of man, or even only in man's prehistory, but actually within the historical period, has found the drawbridges being drawn up against its advance into the halls of academia. Catastrophe that is long ago and far away is one thing, but the possibility of catastrophe within human history is quite another. Once we accept that, who knows what the geological clock might begin to reveal about our own history, or indeed suggest about the future. Notwithstanding all this, the model of Lyellian uniformitarianism, if we are prepared to be scientific about the matter, should, in the name of science, be subjected to fresh scrutiny. Might not the EU model, which does encompass recent catastrophic change, be a means of renewing the science of our current geological and evolutionary outlook? For the science story of our own day, sticking to a centuries-old uniformitarianism has given us the mantra of no natural catastrophes for billions of years. The electric universe account, on the other hand, tells that such catastrophes must have occurred even within the lifespan of humanity. Let us, at the very least, put the two accounts head to head, ponder the matter, and learn.
For continuous updates on space news from the electric universe, stay tuned to thunderbolts.info.
I think that's an excellent segment from Bishop Sykes. And I'd just like to add one thing. It is incomprehensible to me that such an awesome power as that of electromagnetism exists in the universe, and cosmologists somehow really think that it's just a benign bystander. It's beyond me how they could possibly think that. It wouldn't be involved in the motions of the celestial sphere. That's all. It was pretty easy for me to grasp, and I'm not a genius, by no means. I just can't understand how they can't see it. They must be blind, or that obtuse. One of the two. And now academia is using governmental tactics like compartmentalization. There are all different kinds of astronomers now, instead of just an astronomer. One day it's like doctors. It was just MD and DO, and then all of a sudden, one day you got a specialist for everything. They keep them like that so it can be worked on a need-to-know basis. That's not how science should conduct itself. That's just giving them a tiny little tunnel to look down. And they can't look in any other direction because it's someone else's territory. And that's no different than how the CIA operates.
To been the situation for the Earth when it was orbiting Proto-Saturn, presumably. So we get to Proto-Saturn's capture. Capture by the Sun is almost impossible gravitationally because there is no energy loss. There's no way of losing energy. A body coming in and swinging around the Sun will depart again because there's nothing to put the brakes on and make it go around the Sun. Electrical capture has a huge cross-section by comparison. Two stars will see each other electrically once their heliospheres, or astrospheres as they're called generically, touch. Now the Sun's heliosphere is 100 astronomical units in radius. Another star would be something comparable. So you're talking about a huge cross-section. So the chances of capture of an object is far greater than gravity would suggest. Actually, I'll explain more about this when I give my presentation on cosmology, this change in gravity and so on. So Proto-Saturn changed from being a star, that is an anode in interstellar space, to becoming a cathode or cometary body in the Sun's heliosphere. And like all cathodes, surface material is electrically ejected and the body may fragment under internal electrical stress. And this is the kind of thing which the ancients reported. As you may expect in the electrical model, a brown dwarf desert has been identified close to bright main sequence stars because the brown dwarf switches off and becomes a gas giant. And this is what is seen by astronomers. You won't find brown dwarfs orbiting closely to bright stars. So gravitational theory only accommodates accretion disks. Expulsion disks are believed impossible despite the copious evidence of stars ejecting matter in jets. Even the Sun does it in a modest coronal mass ejection kind of way. It's also interesting to note the large number of close orbiting gas giants about nearby stars. This fits the electrical fissioning argument and not the nebular accretion model. Gas giants have also been discovered at distances from their stars where they couldn't have formed within the age of the star. All of the impossible planets and stars being discovered are not impossible in the electric universe model. Instead, they are expected based on that model. I'll deal with this issue in my presentation on cosmology. So it explains why there are so many hot Jupiters that have been found closely orbiting a star. It explains the expulsion rings and many satellites of the gas giant planets in our solar system, and the fact that Saturns are the most spectacular indicates that it was the last or most recent gas giant to flare up and eject matter. Right. Axial tilt families. A simple method of identifying related objects in the solar system is to look at their axial tilts, because in the close relationship between a gas giant or a brown dwarf and its close orbiting satellites, there will generally be phase lock. The satellites all have the same face pointing towards the parent. And as these close orbiting satellites therefore will have their rotation axis aligned with the parent. Having the same degree of axial tilt, modified by precession after disturbance, like the tearing apart of the Saturnian system, that tilt to the plane of their orbits of the ecliptic should be roughly the same. And this is one way of trying to identify members of the same family, because the Sun has an adopted family. So when you look at the planets here, you've got Mars, and you've got Venus, and you've got Earth, and you've got Saturn, the main players. But Venus is the odd one out, because research shows with great certainty that it was born from proto-Saturn in a massive flare-up resulting from the initial adjustment to the present Sun's quite different electrical environment. And this is why there are all those radiating streamers, because it was born as a comet from an already cometary body. So the cometary body fissioned, and the resulting ejected body went into, it was still captured by its parent, but it too was busily discharging frantically, trying to adjust to its electrical environment. So all of the radiating streamers and the colossal Venus comet appearances can be explained by this model. Now, when Venus was ejecting material, it occurred equatorial. We were sitting underneath this chain of objects, and the streamers were coming out, radiating from Venus. And this is actually what we see on Venus today. The scars are wrapped around the equator. But also, when these bodies are ejected, the main body may be spinning this way, and the material is ejected in a stream. It's given a backward kick by its parent. And the result is that the satellite initially, at least, has a backward rotation, and this is what Venus has, very slow backward rotation.
You know, the whole idea here for me is to try to put vital information all together in one place with the links to go to, an expansion on that. And segment coming up here by Walt Thornhill is probably the best it could be said from here. It touches on quite a few subjects.
It is our system of distantly orbiting planets that seems the odd one out. In fact, it argues in favour of a galactic traffic accident between the Sun and a sub-brown dwarf like Jupiter or Saturn." End quote. Since I wrote that article, there have been many developments. For example, the Kepler and TESS space telescopes have discovered that hot Jupiters are less common than previously thought, and that so-called super-Earths are the most numerous class of exoplanet. The most important developments in electric universe thinking is a more mature understanding of electrogravity, supported by the general electrodynamic theory of the great experimental scientist of the 19th century, Wilhelm Weber, together with the observations of the modern-day Galileo, Dr. Halton Arp. Unlike the Big Bang unbalanced universe, the electric universe is in balance, with a dipolar gravitational force, which is identical to the magnetic force but manifests weakly due to the gravitational distortion of the electrical structure within the electron and proton, inside the atoms of a celestial body. The gravity of that body is established initially by the powerful long-range electromagnetic convection of matter into the centre of the Birkeland current filament in a molecular cloud. Being a dipole electric force, the gravity of a star or planet will change with changes to the surface charge of that body. This provides the essential feedback mechanism required for the ready capture of passing bodies and the rapid stabilization of orbit. Halton Arp provided a fundamental benchmark for real cosmology when he found that the universe is not expanding. It is balanced and requires a repulsive gravity to explain his extensive observations. The electric universe had to meet that observational benchmark, and it does so for the simple reason that all celestial bodies will be spherically polarized with the same gravitational pole facing outwards. They will repel each other. Every ponderable body is subject to that repulsive force of gravity from all of the other matter in the universe, a manifestation of Mach's principle, which results in gravity appearing to be an attractive force. This attribute is essential to understand our survival of the planetary close encounters recorded by our prehistoric mythmakers and memorialized by cultures around the world. It explains why the first civilizations arose suddenly in a thunderclap following those events. The unexpectedly large number of free-floating Jupiter-sized planets in a single nearby star cluster, announced in the phys.org report, has particular significance for our electric universe cosmology. In the electric universe, these objects are not free-floating planets, but are in fact brown dwarf stars that glow in infrared because they are receiving a low level of electric power from the galactic circuit, sufficient to establish a discharge manifesting as a red anode sheath. Such objects form a reservoir of brown dwarf stellar systems that could encounter and become integrated into a more powerful star system, like that of our Sun. That there are so many of them goes to explain why such an event is not only plausible, but inevitable. Using forensic evidence stretching back into prehistory behind in its atmosphere. What I've attempted to show here is a coherent story using forensic evidence stretching back into prehistory of celestial events involving planets and their electrical thunderbolt interactions. A new picture of the universe results from paying heed to Alfvén's warning to introduce electric universe science into cosmology. This is a fundamental shift from the ad hoc theoretical approach, which has no theory explaining the force of gravity, and so, unsurprisingly, no success trying to introduce order into a chaos of anomalies. It has no chance of ever discovering that we are children of the planet and former brown dwarf star, Saturn. This is an invitation to the greatest adventure, to begin to understand our real history and place in the universe for the first time, and that must bring about a much-needed cultural change that may dwarf the scientific revolution. That change is essential if we are to have a future, because the post-traumatic stress disorder we have inherited threatens our very existence on this planet. It manifests as a desire not to know the shocking truth because it exposes our existential fears. As Roger Westcott ably expressed it, man is a wounded animal. His survival is astonishing, but his inability to heal his wounds is tragic. It is tragic because, as Velikovsky argued, being descendants of the survivors of great paroxysms of nature of the past, we are possessed by the urge inherited through racial memory to repeat the violent performance. And it was his greatest fear that we now had the destructive capability to produce our own doomsday. Along with that genius Carl Jung, he warned that mankind is his own worst enemy. So the cultural change offered by electric universe cosmology is essential for our survival. By offering a real understanding of the universe and our history, it offers hope and inspiration where presently there is none. There is far more to life in the electric universe than is dreamt of presently. We are all intimately connected with each other and the Earth. Enjoy the Saturnian Festival of Lights and the New Year.
Those last 3 videos by Walt Thornhill really hit home. We really need to have a paradigm change if we want to live longer and live healthy. For everything is electric. There isn't any way possible to give you all of the information that is important. So please click the links in the description and watch the full videos for the full impact of some pretty fantastic information. Well, that'll do it for this show, folks. Thank you for watching. Remember to like, share, comment, subscribe, donate if you can. Have you ever heard of Hamlet's Mill? It's an essay investigating the origins of human knowledge and its transmission through myth. It was first published in 1969. By Giorgio de Santillana, professor of history and science at MIT, and Herth von Dieschend, Johann Wolfgang Goethe Universität, is a non-fiction work of history and comparative mythology, particularly a subfield of archaeoastronomy. It is mostly about the claim of the megalithic era, discovery of axial precession, and the encoding of this knowledge in mythology. The book was severely criticized, of course, by academia upon its publication. But of course they're going to do that. It's against everything that they are saying is. Of course they're not going to have an open mind about it. The main argument of the book may be summarized as the claim of an early Neolithic discovery of the precession of the equinox, usually attributed to Hipparchus, 2nd century BCE, associated very long-lived megalithic civilization of unsuspected sophistication. I think it's very interesting that the word megalithic, they show this structure, and we all know from our chat with Neil Thompson that these acted as lightning rods, which would back up the whole Saturn theory premise, because it would have been very electric. They have a megalith as a large stone, been used to construct a prehistoric structure or a monument, either alone or together with stones. There are over 35,000 in Europe alone, mostly in the northern hemisphere, where it was very electric, which goes further to back up Saturn theory. And that's what this is about, which we have been talking about. Everything is connected truly. And earlier when Brian Forster talks about an early lost civilization, I think it could be attributed to that. Knowledge of this civilization about precession, associated with astrological ages, would have been encoded in mythology, typically in the form of a story relating to a millstone and a young protagonist. Hamlet's Mill, of the book's title, a reference to the Kynning Amlo Kavan, recorded in the Old Icelandic Skuldskaparmo. The authors indeed claim that mythology is primarily to be interpreted in terms of archaeoastronomy. Mythological language has exclusive reference to celestial phenomena, and they mock alternative interpretation in terms of fertility and agriculture. The book's project is an examination of the relics, fragments, and illusions that have survived the steep attrition of the ages. In particular, the book reconstructs a myth of a heavenly mill which rotates around the celestial pole and grinds out the world's salt and soil, and is associated with the maelstrom. A maelstrom is a whirlpool. A whirlpool is a body of rotating water produced by opposing currents or a current running into an obstacle. You think it's a coincidence they call the current in the water by that name? You think it has anything to do with real current? It does. Small whirlpools form when a bath or a sink is draining. More powerful ones in seas or oceans may be termed maelstroms. Associated with the maelstrom, the millstone falling off its frame represents passing of one age's pole star, symbolized by a ruler or king of some sort, Saturn, and its respiration in the overthrow of the old king of authority and the empowering of the new one, the establishment of a new order of the age. Jupiter and Saturn story, a new star moving into the position of the pole star. The author's attempt to demonstrate the prevalence of influence of this hypothetical civilization's ideas by analyzing the world's mythologies, with an eye especially to all mill myths, using cosmographic oddments from many eras and climes, a collection of yarn from Saxo Grammaticus. Snorri Sturluson amlodies mill as a kinning for the seal. Ferdowsi, Plato, Plutarch, the Kalevala, Mahabharata, and Gilgamesh, not to forget Africa, the Americas, and Oceania. Santilla and Duchamp state in their introduction to Hamlet's Mill they are well aware of modern interpretations of myth and folklore, but find them shallow and lacking insight. The experts now are benighted by current folk fantasy, which is the belief that they are beyond all of this. Critics without nonsense and extremely wise. Consequently, Santilla and Duchamp prefer to rely on the work of meticulous scholars such as Adler, Lipsius, Coulson, Boll, and to go further back, of Athanasius Kircher and Petavius. They give reasons throughout the book for preferring the work of older scholars and the early mythologists themselves as the proper way to interpret myth. But this viewpoint did not sit well with their modern critics schooled in the current anthropology, which has built up its own idea of the primitive and what came after. Santilla had previously published The Origins of Scientific Thought, on which Hamlet's Mill is subsequently based. Compare various statements in Hamlet's Mill to this quotation from The Origin of Scientific Thought. We can see then how so many myths, fantastic and arbitrary in semblance, of which the Greek tale of the Argonaut is a late offspring, may provide a terminology of image motifs, a kind of code which is beginning to be broken. It was meant to allow those who knew, A, to determine unequivocally the position of given planets in respect to the earth, to the firmament, and to one another, and B, to present what knowledge there was of the fabric of the world in the form of tales about how the world began. And of course it was severely criticized by academia. That really is a no-brainer. And reception was mixed, but this is exactly what they were talking about, that our salt and oceans and soil came down to earth in form of strata, just like it looks when it's dug down into from the brown dwarf star Saturn, who was then replaced by Jupiter. It's really amazing that mainstream is so far off base. They don't even listen to the ancients and what they were saying. Crazy. In contrast, the classical scholar Harold Reich positively reviewed Hamlet's Mill. Reich was a colleague of Santilla at MIT and himself developed the archaeoastronomical interpretation of ancient myth in a series of lectures and publications similar to Hamlet's Mill, dealing more specifically with Greek mythology, Plestian, including an interpretation of the layout of Atlantis as a sort of map of the sky. Swedish astronomer Peter Nielsen, while recognizing that Hamlet's Mill does not qualify as a work of science, expressed admiration for it, as well as it being a source of inspiration when he wrote his own book on classic mythologies based on the night sky.
Himmelvalvets Salsauter, 1977.
Himmelvalvets Salsmeter, 1977. Itself a study aiming to uncover seismic, geological, astrological, and other natural events from mythology. Appreciates the book for its pioneer work in mythography, judging that although controversial, Santilla and von Dieschend have usefully flagged and collected Herculean amounts of relevant data. Nevertheless, the conclusion the authors draw from their data have been virtually ignored by the scientific and scholarly establishments. 2 + 2 = 7 to them. So, what are you going to do? So, publishing history. Yeah, so this book came out a little bit before Mr. Talbot's book. It's just another little flag, a little dot to connect that an independent source come up with the same.
The equinoctial point had nudged and nuzzled its way forward in the very same way as a car with automatic gear shift will nuzzle its way forward, unless we put it in neutral, and there was no way of putting the equinox in neutral. The infernal pushing and squeezing of the children of heaven had separated the parents, and now the time machine had been set rolling forever, bringing forth at every new age a new heaven and a new earth, in the words of Scripture. As Hesiod says, the world had entered now the second stage, that of the giants, who were to wage a decisive battle with the restraining forces before their downfall. The vision of a whole world age with its downfall is given by the Edda. It comes in the very first poem, the Song of the Sibyl, the Voluspa, in which the prophetess Vala embraces past and future in adequately strange and obscure language. At the beginning of the age of the Aesir, the gods gather in council and give names to sun and moon, days and nights and seasons. They order the years and assign to the stars their places. On Idavellir, the Whirlfield, they establish their seat in the Golden Age and play checkers with golden pieces. And all is happiness until the three awful maidens come. This is another mystery. But once before, it is hinted, there has been a world war between Aesir and Vanir, which was terminated by a sharing of power. In a vision in which past and future blend in a flash, Vala sees the outcome and announces it to the high and low children of Heimdall, that is, to all men. She asks them to open their eyes, to understand what the gods had to know, the breaking of the peace, the murder of Thiassi, Odin himself abetting the crime and nailing Thiassi's eyes to heaven. With this, a curtain is lifted briefly over a phase of the past, for Thiassi belongs to the powers that preceded the Aesir. In Greek terms, the Titans came before the gods. The main Vana, or Titanic powers, in Rydberg's thoughtful reconstruction, are the three brothers, Thiassi Voland, Urvandil Eigil, and Slagfinn, the maker, the archer, and the musician. This finally locates Urvandil the archer, the father of Amlethus. He is one of the three sons of Ivalda, just as their counterparts in the Finnish epic are the sons of Kaleva. Now, the powers of the abyss are beginning to rise. The world is coming apart. At this point, Heimdall comes to the fore. He is the warner of Asgard, the guardian of the bridge between heaven and earth, the whitest of the Aesir. But his role, his freedom of action is severely limited. He has many gifts. He can hear grass grow. He can see 100 miles away. But these powers seem to remain ineffectual. He owns the Gjallarhorn, the great battle horn of the gods. He is the only one able to sound it, but he'll blow it only once, when he summons the gods and heroes to Asgard to their last fight. Nordic speculation, down to Richard Wagner, has dwelt with gloomy satisfaction on Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods which will destroy the world. There is the prediction in the Song of the Sibyl, and also in Snorri's Gylfaginning, when the great dog, Garm, barks in front of the Gnippa cave, when the Fenrir wolf breaks his fetters and comes from the mouth of the river, his jaws snatching from heaven to earth, and is joined by the Midgard serpent. The Heimdall will blow the Gjallarhorn, the sound of which reaches through all the worlds. The battle is on, but it is written that the forces of order will go down fighting to atone for the initial wrong done by the gods. The world will be lost, good and bad together. Naglfar, the ship of the dead, built with the nail parings of the living, will sail through the dark waters and bring the enemy to the fray. Then, adds Snorri, the heavens are suddenly rent in twain, and outride in shining squadrons Muspel's sons, and Surt with his flaming sword at the head of the Fylkings. All engulfing flames come out with Surt the Black, who kills Freyr, the lord of the mill. Snorri makes Surt lord of Gimle, and likewise the king of eternal bliss at the southern end of the sky. He must be some timeless force which brings destructive fire to the world, but of this later. Hitherto, all has been luridly and catastrophically and murkily confused as it should be, but the character of Heimdall raises a number of sharp questions. He has appeared upon the scene as the son of 9 mothers, To be the son of several mothers is a rare distinction even in mythology, and one which Heimdall shares only with Agni in the Rig Veda, and with Agni's son Skanda in the Mahabharata. Skanda, literally the jumping one or the hopping one, is the planet Mars, also called Kartikeya, inasmuch as he was born by the Kritika, the Pleiades. The Mahabharata insists on 6 as the number of the Pleiades as well as of the mothers of Skanda, and gives a very broad and wild description of the birth and the installation of Kartikeya by the assembled gods as their generalissimo, which is shattering somehow, driving home how little one understands as yet. The 9 mothers of Heimdall bring to mind, inevitably, the 9 goddesses who turn the mill. The suspicion is not unfounded. 2 of these mothers, Gjálp and Greip, seem to appear with changed names or generations as Fenya and Menya. The turning up of a plurality of mothers in the ancient North and in India might induce the experts eventually to reopen the trial of those perfectly nonsensical 7 or 9, even 14 mother wombs which haunt the Babylonian account of the creation of man. Rydberg claims Heimdall to be the son of Mundilfjöri. The story is then astronomical. Where does it lead? Thanks to the clues provided by Jacob Grimm, Rydberg, and O.S. Reuter, and thanks to many hints written in the Rig Veda, Atharva Veda, and at other unexpected places, one can offer a probable conclusion. Heimdall stands for the world axis, the Skambha. His head is the measurer, Mjoltudr, of the same measures that the Sibyl claims to understand. 9 worlds I know, 9 spaces of the measured tree which is beyond fear, the earth.
Chapter 14, Golden Age and Nova of Super Saturn. The great god Saturn, identified by many names of many cultures, and often associated with the planet, which has been known in the most ancient times by that name, is the son of a god. In the ancient Buddhist liturgy, he is called Ravasuddha, or son of the sun. Uranus, by his many names, does not have a father, but he is often referred to as the father of Saturn. Uranus is killed, castrated, defeated, retired, or dismissed, and usually it is the work of a Saturn figure. The physical circumstances of his end are those that may be associated with a stellar nova. As we have described it, so, too, Saturn comes to his end in a disastrous struggle thousands of years later, in favor of a new planetary god, Jupiter, also called by many names, and usually made the son of Saturn. There is reason to believe that the ancients, when they use the metaphor father-son, refer to sky bodies, meant the most direct and close relationship of one body to another. Saturn came into his own as king of the gods in the period following the destruction of Super Uranus and the ejection of the moon. We have recited only a portion of the mythic evidence for the period immediately following the rise of the moon god or goddess. There is little coherent knowledge of human societies of the time. Thousands of years were required for the reconstruction of the Earth's surface and the recovery of the biosphere. The possibilities of monumental and record-keeping cultures were low for many generations. perhaps the moon would receive the extensive and obsessive worship of a great god, even the great god. For some 3,000 years before Saturn came into his own as ruler of the gods. More likely, we think, would be an earlier determination that the moon was fixed and captive, pallid, and earthly in origin, hence capable safely of dependent status. Along with the Earth, under Saturnian rule, Saturn would have ruled, therefore, either from 11,500 or from about 8,000 down to 5,700 years ago. The concluding date of 5,700 BP, before present, is related to proto-historical times, the time of the Great Deluge of Noah, in the Bible and the first dynasty of Egypt. The date is likely to be fixed with exactness someday. A Sumerian prison, for instance, names 10 kings who ruled before the flood, and says, "Then the flood swept over the earth. After the flood swept over, kingship again descended from heaven." Wiseman, the editor of the Prism, adds that there is actually a line drawn across the text to separate the post-diluvian events from those occurring before the flood. At this time, as the Saturn era moved towards a close, the disk of Saturn appeared 3 times larger than today's Sun. Well, it would have to be. Its orbit about the Sun took about 64 present days. Earth was still wheeling in orbit between the Sun and Saturn, such that from Earth, Saturn looked about 4/5 as large as the Sun. In a time close to 3 present days, Earth completed its circuit about the arc. Granted, an elliptical orbit, similar to that for binary stars of 64-day period, note D, Saturn and the Sun would apparently expand and diminish in size. Talbot, page 181. With this movement, timekeeping would be suggestible and simple. The Earth would also enjoy 2 seasons, cooler and warmer, each of more than 30 days duration. Brahma, as Super Saturn, absorbs, regurgitates, and reabsorbs as the ages pass. Mullen, page 15. So does Kronos, identified here with Super Saturn. As with Super Uranus, Kronos' instability made him less than an ideal father. In Greek myth, the great god Kronos, Saturn, swallowed at least 5 of the children born to him out of his sister's wife Rhea. She then hid her youngest, Zeus, and fed a wrapped stone to Kronos. When Zeus matured, he led a revolt that ended in the banishment of Kronos, after he had vomited up all his children alive. He's like, I was only kidding. The interpretation here is that Super Saturn was absorbing fragments that remained from the Super Uranus debacle, or ones erupted later by Super Saturn itself. Then, during its instability, it exploded back a number of them. Before as a nova, it fissioned into 4 major parts, corresponding in the myth to Jupiter Zeus, his brothers Hades and Poseidon, and Saturn Minor, the distant planet of today. That Saturn possessed satellites was known to the ancients, Trishman Ogiogan. That Saturn was regarded as a second sun. A night sun is shown by Cordona, 1977, page 33. That it was bright is claimed by numerous ancient texts and authors. Surveyed by Jastrow, Mullen, Greenberg, Sizemore, and Velikovsky, 1973, 1978. Cordona, 1977. That it became exceedingly brilliant just before the deluge of Noah is implied in Hebrew legends. Treshman Ogie Hogan, quoting Ginsburg. One Hebrew source has the star as bright as 100 suns. That widespread cultures held Saturn, the god responsible for the deluge, is made clear by several authors already cited. That Saturn, the planet, was deemed responsible for the flood is equally plain, especially Velikovsky, 1978 and 1979. Velikovsky appears to have been the first to claim that Saturn became a nova, an idea that he found buried in Jewish rabbinical commentaries on the deluge. That Jupiter was a prime element in the nova and subsequent events is evidenced in many of the same places. Akkadian Saturn reproaches Enlil, or Jupiter, for having caused the sky waters to fall. Yes, I've heard that Velikovsky got in trouble for with certain parties, I guess, that are affiliated with that, because that was knowledge they did not want, the horde to have, I guess, for lack of a better term. But Velikovsky didn't see people like that. That's one of the things I like about the man the most. He respected people. But he never got any. In the mainstream, that is. That Jupiter was a prime element in the nova and subsequent events is evidenced in many of the same places. Ea, the Akkadian Saturn, reproaches Enlil, or Jupiter, for having caused the sky waters to fall. Triceras, a son of Hergipati and a saintly Saturn figure, was a three-headed god, with heads resembling the sun, the moon, and the fire, which we interpret respectively as Saturn itself. The celestial crescent and the electric arc, Indra, a Hindu Jupiter, slew Triceras with a thunderbolt, whereupon Triceras' three heads shone with brilliant energy until they were cut off, and then flocks of birds flew out of them, and his fever left his body. The powers that acted in the heavens were manifested to humans amidst increasing disaster. In terror, self-abasement, and pleading, man created a Uranus heaven. Man created a Uranus heaven, religion, and hoped for cosmic tranquility. Unanimously, the legends of the world acknowledge the human to be an imperfect creation. Some have him created more than once, as, for instance, the Olmecs of Mexico. They sensed faults in their powerlessness against cosmic forces. They projected, then retrojected their faults to the behavior of the gods. These notions of imperfection were indelibly imprinted. Perhaps never until the past 200 years did humans believe that they and the natural environment might be benignly controlled through human intelligence. What may have most bothered the early humans was their inability to manage their internal psychic systems. They were interminably made anxious and self-reflective by their lack of self-control. From their ungovernable alter egos arise the huge variety of traits and behavior of the gods. They are artifacts of human conduct analogized to objective features of the natural environment. In every aspect of nature could be found some psychosciognomic and behavioral parallel with the self and with the primary human group with which the self identified. This intrinsic, practically congenital confusion of the inner and outer worlds of mankind was a two-way transaction that led humans to emulate the most extreme and complex manifestations of nature, with results upon human nature and culture that were, in modern perspective, often richly conservative, but frequently self-destructive as well. When the skies opened after the lunar disaster, the new great god, Super Saturn, was visible dimly through the clouds, the Purple Dawn era. To Earth's inhabitants, they had already been religious for millennia and might readily once more identify the sky objects with human forms and actions and project their hopes and fears upon the heavenly objects newly visible. And we still do it today. You just look out there at the nebulas. It's just uncanny how they look like people. It's crazy. But I can understand if you had that stuff, just up in the immediate sky, can you imagine how awesome it would be? It would be hard not to think that they're spirits. But even with ancient man, how crazy they were, and like if you've watched the video that I made on the Greeks, the Greek way, man, despotism and hardcore religion was all there was. The only place to expand the mind in was mathematics. Go figure. Now we know why it's so prominent in today's science. They had already been religious for millennia and might readily once more identify the sky objects with human forms and actions and project their hopes and fears upon the heavenly objects newly visible. Magic, spiritualism, and animism, which have been regarded sometimes as substitutes for the predecessors of celestial religion, were derivative accompaniments of the human preoccupation with celestial behavior. They were forms of homeopathic social medicine for the great disease, the Great Schism. The first religions were, in their broadest sense, monotheistic. Heaven was worshipped as the active power. As we set forth earlier, from the very beginning, humans have tended toward a supreme god. The Chinese, with Qian, may have been the most persistent in abstracting a monotheistic idea from the heavens and using it through a succession of specifically powerful heavenly forces. The I Ching gives this sequence. The first principle is heaven, Tian, eternally present, chaos without form. The second principle is the first sun, giver of time, called the arouser. The third principle is the second sun, an orderer, the limiter. The arouser appears to have been both Super Uranus and Saturn. A merging of memories over time also has to be found in other cultures. Figure 32. The Chinese craftsman god is Paraja. Fu Si, Nu Q, measure the squareness of the earth and the roundness of heaven with their implements. The god is depicted enthroned atop a serpent-like column arm in arm with his mate. It is tempting to suggest that this picture illustrates the situation during the age of Saturn, with the god star perched atop the fiery electric arc which rose above the world and faded in the distance into the golden sky. The ancient Persians and others asserted that God created Saturn, whence Saturday, on his sixth and last day of labor, before resting on the seventh day, whence Sabbath equals rest. Cardona, 1978, page 34. The implication is that all things, the separation of heaven and earth, the celestial objects thus revealed, the biosphere, the advent of the moon, and mankind, were all accomplished before Saturn appeared. Various scholars identify the biblical Elohim as Saturn, di Scintillana. More likely, the story adopts the designation of God employed during the Saturnian age, as, for example, it was assertedly retold by Moses in Genesis. But Elohim, at the beginning of Genesis, is behaving like the great inactive Demiurge, brooding over the Pangean chaos, who then becomes activated as Super Uranus in the troubled phase and creates the world. As mankind born on the sixth day, here we go, received and perceived the cosmos, whereupon a more detailed account begins, relating the Hebrew experience with Saturn as distinct from the more general aboriginal human experience. When the gods changed, humans bowed to the changes. Of course, this repeated behavior over thousands of years is a significant motif in religious history. The lamentations over the death of Saturn were worldwide, because Saturn died in what was an historical period, although little of its civilization remains. The historical and obsessive mourning shows mankind affected by, not affecting, a real tragedy. Thousands of years after the death of the second son and the end of his age, the Roman government was acting to suppress infant sacrifice to Saturn. The parallels between could you imagine sacrificing your baby? They were nuts. The parallels between Saturn and Christ as a Saturnian figure are numerous. The Passion of Christ is historically and psychologically a reenactment of the character, the unjust death, and the resurrection of the god who had died some 4,000 years earlier as Osiris, Saturn. Frequently, efforts philosophically to cover over the deep trench of tradition connecting the two gods have failed to divert the mainstream. Such efforts have built a distinctive existential character for Christ. The age of Saturn in cultural terms was probably what is usually designated as Upper Paleolithic and Neolithic. It would be the age of Atlantis and other civilizations, lost to view in the disasters that followed. Saturn, who is generally accredited with bringing agriculture and other useful arts to mankind, was the first lord of the mill, a sky wheel grinding out material and spilling it upon the earth, gold, salt, sand, and stones, before it sank into the cosmic maelstrom. It ground salt into the sea, descentillana. The Saturnian deluge was caused by a saltwater tree cut down by Tapir. According to the Cuna Indians, Ibid, in Hindu myth, the gods were churning the heavenly waters and ground salt into the seas. Tresman Hogan. Salt domes are among the most common of the mineral intrusions that are scattered over the Earth's surface. Small ones are about 1 cubic kilometer in extent, but some are several hundred times this extent. The largest known salt dome is in Calou Island Bay, Merchantland, Louisiana. Its size is unknown, but it is estimated to be 43 kilometers long, 20 kilometers wide, and 6 kilometers deep. If so, it contains about 10 to the 13 tons of salt. Globally, 950 large salt domes are being used for mining. In some region, these domes are associated with petroleum and natural gas deposits. Other, figure 33, the churning of the sea. Other, Vishnu sits atop Mount Mandara, accompanied by his wife, Lakshmi. The mountain of the world is being spun as a great snake. Vasuki is pulled to and fro by the Devas, grasping the snake's neck to the left, and the Asuras holding its head to the right. Together they churn the sea of milk, producing the liquid of immortality. Unfortunately, their churning became so violent that it threatened the earth, whereupon Vishnu, as the avatar of the turtle, seen here below the mountain, came to save the world by assuming the role as its pivot. Still, the world was threatened by the heat of the churning until Indra sent the deluge from heaven to quench the fire. courtesy Larousse Encyclopedia of Mythology. Places have sulfur deposits associated with the salt intrusions. Since most salt domes have been found scattered widely from the 3 major salt dome fields known today, it is unreasonable to think that only a small fraction of the buried salt has been discovered. These immense deposits of salt in the ground suggest a non-marine source of all salt. The salt in the seas can be explained in terms of salt falls from space. That's right. We have just tons of it. And for some reason, sea salt, not table salt, because they dye it and take all the minerals out. But sea salt is very good for you. It's got all the minerals that are in the human body. Every time I think about it deeply, it blows my mind. Something had to take place within humans had to exist. I mean, there has to be a link there. Whence comes the golden age of Saturn? We have the same amount of salt in our blood that resides in the oceans. The golden age of Saturn is golden. Whence comes the golden age of Saturn? Saturn is golden. So is the light on Earth. The interruptions of absorbing the children were spaced out, perhaps half a dozen marking disasters over 2,300 years that followed the lunar period. Meanwhile, life on Earth may have been easy in most places. There was no ice age. Travel by boat was easy, for the breezes were mild. Antarctic may have been mapped in this age. Since an ancient map showing its outline beneath the present snow apparently has been found, and since no later age would have been able to produce it, because the coastline was invisible, Hapgood, 1966. The northernmost and southernmost regions were quite habitable, even tropical. The continental shelves and slopes had become livable. There was a plenitude of moisture and all-year warmth. The plenum and electrosphere were still insulating. Further, Earth was holding its own surface atmosphere despite the thinning of the plenum under Saturn. The plenum became increasingly more transparent. The arc was less brilliant and more intermittent. Yet the fire was there, binding Earth to its great god. Kronos is addressed in an Orphic hymn as "You who hold the indestructible bond," while his Babylonian alter ego held the bond of heaven and earth, Trustman Ogie Hogan. The central fire is also represented, likely, in the innumerable pillars, phalluses, bonds, pinnacle, pyramid, and one-legged god. Talbot, 1980, page 190. Even the jagged sickle with which Kronos castrated Uranus may have symbolized the electrical axis being severed from Super Uranus. Manu, a Hindu creator god of the flood, stood on one leg for thousands of years, contemplating his world design. All of these images are closely connected with Saturn, often by name as well as by symbol. Yahweh is imagined in Jewish legend as radiant atop Mount Zion, and Kronos Saturn ruled Mount Olympus before Zeus toppled him. Super Saturn sat atop the sky, a dull red disk 3 times the size of the present sun. Because of the Earth's offset from the arc, the sub-solar position on Saturn's face was askew 21% from the center of its disk. The arc impinged upon about 5% of Saturn's face. Below Saturn, it widened like a tree until it passed Earth's horizon, where it was something like 15 degrees wide. The instant worldwide legendary connections between the Pleiades, the Deluge, and Saturn as god and planet, Cordona, 1978, point to the likelihood of the deluge as having occurred at the time when Super Saturn had masked the star group, and of the Pleiades
having emerged for the first observable time in the sky at the zenith, following the clearing of this place by the actual bodies and the debris of the nova. The Pleiades were widely taken to be remnants of the deluge nova by the myths. The report of Seneca about Berosus' history, to the effect that when the stars are lined up in Capricorn, a great flood occurs, can be interpreted to mean that the deluge occurred at the time of year when Capricorn was astrologically dominant, which, in the period when astrology crystallized, would have fallen near the end of the year. But the end of the year is the end of the age of Saturn. Hence, the floods of Capricorn are associated with the Saturnian deluge. Yes, after the age of Sagittarius, which is just what I thought. That's why I did that astrology show on Sagittarius. Also to be considered is the naming of the large sky area, the Celestial Sea, where the two Pisces, the zodiacal one, and the southern one, Cetus, whale, Eridanus, Styx, the river, of the band. Zodiacal. Capricornus and Aquarius are the dominant constellations. These aquatic images suggest the presence of vast celestial waters, and their one-time general location. Celestial aquatic motifs are common, as in the Gillespie stone, discovered near a small town of that name in northern Scotland, figure 34. At the moment of the nova, the electric arc was interpreted long enough to free Mars, Earth, Apollo, and Mercury from their million-year captivity along the axis of the binary partners. Thereupon, they orbited the Sun independently for the first time, moving along the plane close to that of the binary. Their new, roughly coplanar orbits were similar to, but much more closely spaced than the orbits of these same planets today. At the same time of its nova, Super Saturn broke into at least 3 major fragments. These pieces, constituting the present Jupiter, Saturn, and Neptune, all receded from the Sun following the fission. Jupiter, the largest surviving piece, took up a position near the Earth's present orbit. Saturn Minor, the intermediate-sized part, blew into space beyond Mars' present orbit. Neptune receded beyond Jupiter's present orbit after depositing much water into the Earth's electrosphere. In the nova, charge was expelled from Super Saturn into the plenum and dispersed in surrounding space. It was as if the mass of the system had been reduced 2 1/2-fold, so the planetary motion slowed considerably. Neptune is the Latin identity of the Greek god Poseidon, brother of Jupiter, who, with another brother, Hades, helped Jupiter overturn their father in the Nova Revolt. Poseidon was granted sovereignty of the seas and assumed his role on Earth. Before him, there had been Tethys, goddess of the sea on Earth, and Okeanos, god of the celestial sea girdling Earth. By implication, we conclude that Poseidon played a role in the deluge of the Earth. Figure 34, the Gillespie stone. An interesting collection of ancient celestial motifs, we find aquatic creatures associated with the flood, which ended the age of Saturn, the destroyer god, who felled Saturn from his perch. Stop the column at the center of the world, the 2 stars connected, representing the earlier state of the world. Intertwined serpent, or the electric arc, serpents, which was quenched by the deluge. Synchrotron radiation emitted by the planets Jupiter, Saturn, and Uranus have been detected
and cosmic ray sources have now been associated with these planets. Saturn, like Jupiter, emits much more energy than it receives from the Sun. Milton, 1978, Hunt and Burgess. The heat excess given off by the gaseous planets is an indication of their electrical nature. The emission of X-rays by a stellar source is often taken by astronomers as an indication of a very recent thermonuclear nova. Following our theory, the X-rays emitted by stars and these gaseous planets of the solar system come from electrical transactions. The effects of the deluges of Saturn are a subject beyond the scope of this book. See Patton and Fraser, 1916. Judging by the civilizations reported to have been inundated, the fall of waters must have been worldwide and extremely heavy. Those cultures that disappeared beneath the waters, de Grazia, 1981, are presumed to have been located at the low-lying coast of continents, on what are now the continental shelves and slopes. The disappeared civilizations are not the only clues of how much water was involved. The great river canyons that course down the continental slopes to the abyss were in existence before the deluge, and were now inundated and probably greatly eroded, as were all of the valleys of the higher land. The Great Deluge would thus top up the ocean basins of the globe, covering the continental margins left dry after the Uranian deluges. Not only would more water fall on the earth than in earlier cataclysms, but it would fall in the much shorter period, if indeed the water came down as the Hebrew book of Genesis reports, in 40 days and 40 nights. Then 51% of the Earth's water descended in 3.5 million seconds, 411 tons per square kilometer per second. 1.5 meters of rain each hour. The whole deluge would have amounted to 1.42 kilometer depth of rain upon the Earth's entire surface. 2 miles almost, at least a mile. Much of this water would have to drain into the basins in order to deepen the seas by more than 2 kilometers. That's a lot. That such a deluge has dominated the myths and legends of the survivors is understandable. Saturn is reputed to have lit up brilliantly and preserved its light for 7 days before the deluge hit the Earth. This may be interpreted as a set of pre-fission flare-ups climaxing with the nova that destroyed Saturn. If the Earth were still only 14 gigameters from Saturn, the debris expanding away at 200 kilometers per second would encounter Earth in a little more than 19 hours. If the 40 days and nights period were of present duration, the problem of depositing so much water on the Earth would be practically impossible. Millions of heavy cyclones would be needed, even 1 per 30 square kilometers all over the Earth. If they were concentrated at the poles by the electrosphere high above the Earth and funneled down there, the damage might be less, but then the tremendous erosion would be visible today. We think that a longer span of time may have been required, and a day was translated memory of a longer regular interval unknown to us, a magical cipher or a historical error. The problem of deluging the Earth is nearly as difficult to cope with as the recent eruption of the Moon from the Earth. In both, almost unimaginable physical phenomena must be conjectured. The biospheric aspect, which often comes first to mind, can be rationalized on the equally incredible capacity of living populations to renew themselves, even postulating Manu and his tiny crew, or Noah and his family as sole survivors. And 1,000 years of exponential growth could fill the land to overflowing. As with the deluges, one does not have to move far from the extremities of the legend to enter the realms of the possible. The astrophysical aspect is more intimidating. See Kofar. To launch the waters and other debris from Saturn is readily conceivable given the nova. To guide it and land it requires the invention of low probability solutions. Even if the dynamics thus far presented can be accepted with respect to Earth, how does one explain the absence of water on Mercury, the Moon, and Mars, all of which would have been in or near the rush of water? Well, they found water on the Moon, they found water on Mars. I wouldn't be surprised, I bet there's water on Mercury too. Where has the water gone? There is almost no sign of water on them, or its having been on them in oceans. Where, too, is the salt? Two types of probability occur. The two planets may have burst out of the magnetic tube ahead of the flood turning down towards the sun, whereas the Earth was entrapped, or else the flood can have descended the tube by a passage occupied at the moment by the Earth alone. In this case, the Moon occupied a special position besides, for it was a considerable distance from the Earth towards the perimeter of the tube. In any case, the Earth would still be luckier than Mercury or Mars, for both of these planets have ruined surfaces and no biospheres. 3 different Jewish legendary statements refer to a diminution of the Moon in size. Tressman, Ogie Hogan. This would occur presumably after the deluge, when the men followed the Earth out of the old magnetic tube and was repelled by Earth into a larger but still captive orbit. 2 legends imply that the stars multiplied then, an expected improvement of visibility in the star system Sac, the age of Jupiter now upon the world, introduced mankind to the light of the stars and the darkness of the night. 500 years before Christ, in a little town on a far western border of a settled and civilized world, a strange new power was at work. Something had awakened in the minds and spirits of the men there, which was to influence the world at the slow passage of long time, of century upon century, and the shattered changes they brought would be powerless to wear away that deep impress. Athens had entered upon her brief and magnificent flowering of genius, which so molded the world of mind and of spirit that our mind and spirit today are different. We think and feel differently because of what a little Greek town did a century or two, 2,400 years ago. What was then produced as art and thought has never been surpassed, and very rarely equaled, and the stamp of it is upon all the art and all the thought of the Western world. And yet this full stature of greatness came to pass at a time when the mighty civilizations of the ancient world had perished, and the shadow of effortless barbarism was dark upon the earth. In that black and fierce world, a little center of white-hot spiritual energy was at work, A new civilization had arisen in Athens, unlike all that had gone before. What brought this new development to pass, how the Greeks were able to achieve all they did, has significance for us today. It is not merely that Greece has a claim upon our attention, because we are spiritual and mental inheritance, partly Greek, and cannot escape, if we would, that deep influence which worked with power through the centuries, touching with light of reason and grace of beauty the wild northern savages. She has a direct contribution for us as well. The actual Greek remains are so few and so far away, so separated from us by space and a strange, difficult language. They are felt to be the matters for the traveler and scholars, but in truth what the Greeks discovered, or rather how they made their discoveries and how they brought a new world to birth out of the dark confusions of an old world that had crumbled away. It is full of meaning for us today, who haven't seen an old world swept away in the space of a decade or two. It is worth our while in the confusions and bewilderments of the present to consider the way in which the Greeks arrived at the clarity of their thought and the affirmation of their art. Very different conditions of life confronted them than they are for us. But it is ever to be borne in the mind that the outside of human life changes much, while the inside changes little. And the lesson book we cannot graduate from is human experience. Great literature, past or present, is the expression of great knowledge and heart. Great art is the expression of a solution of the conflict between the demands of the world without and that within. And in wisdom of either, there would seem to be small progress. Of all that Greeks did, only a very small part has come down to us. We have no means of knowing if we have their best. It would be strange if we had. In the convulsions of that world of long ago, there was no law that guaranteed to art the survival of the fittest. But this little remnant, preserved by the haphazard of chance, shows their high-water mark reached in every region of thought and beauty the Greeks entered. No sculpture comparable to theirs, no buildings ever more beautiful, no writing superior, prose always late of development. But they left masterpieces. History has yet to find a greater exponent than Thucydides. Outside of the Bible, there is no poetical prose that can touch Plato. In poetry, they are all but supreme. No epic is to be mentioned with Homer. No odes to be set beside Pindar. Of the four masters of the tragic stage, 3 are Greek. Little is left of all this wealth of great art. The sculptures, defaced and broken into bits, have crumbled away. The buildings are fallen. The paintings gone forever. All lost but a very few. We have only the ruin of what was. The world has had no more than that for well on to 2,000 years. Yet these few remains of the mighty structure have been a challenge and an incitement to men ever since, and are among our possessions today which we value as most precious. There is no danger now that the world will not give the Greek genius full recognition. Greek achievement is a fact universally acknowledged. The cause responsible for this achievement, however, are not so generally understood. Rather, is it the fashion nowadays to speak of the Greek miracle, to consider the radiant bloom of Greek genius as having no root in any soil that we can give an account of. The anthropologists are busy, indeed, and ready to transport us back into the savage forest where all human things, the Greek things too, had their beginnings, but the seed never explains the flower. Between those strange rites, they point us through the dim vistas of faraway ages, and a Greek tragedy. There lies a gap they cannot help us over. The easy way out is to refuse to bridge it and dismiss the need to explain by calling the tragedy a miracle. But in truth, the way across is not impassable. Some reasons appear for the mental and spiritual activity which made those few years in Athens productive, as no other age in history has been. By universal consent, the Greeks belong to the ancient world. Wherever the line is drawn by this or that historian between the old and the new, the Greeks' unquestioned position is in the old, but they are in it as a matter of centuries only. They have not the hallmarks that give title to a place there, the ancient world, and so far as we can reconstruct it, bears everywhere the same stamp. In Egypt, in Crete, in Mesopotamia, wherever we can read bits of the story, we find the same conditions. A despot enthroned, whose whims and passions are the determining factor in the state, a wretched subjugated populace, and a great priestly organization to which is handed over the domain of the intellect. This is what we know as the Oriental state today. It has persisted down from the ancient world through thousands of years, never changing in any essential. Only in the last 100 years, less than that, it has shown a semblance of change, made a gesture of outward conformity with the demands of the modern world. But the spirit that informs it, it is the spirit of the East that never changes. It has remained the same through all the ages. Down from the antique world, forever aloof from all that is modern, this state and this spirit were alien to the Greeks. None of the great civilizations that preceded them and surrounded them served as model. With them, something completely new came into the world. They were the first Westerners, the spirit of the West. The modern spirit is a Greek discovery. The place of the Greeks is in the modern world. The same cannot be said of Rome. Many things were pointed back to the old world, and away to the East, and with the emperors who were gods, and fed a brutalized people full of horrors as their dearest form of amusement. The ancient and the Oriental state had a true revival. Not that the spirit of Rome was of the Eastern stamp. Common sense men of affairs were its product, to whom the cogitations of Eastern sages ever seemed the idlest nonsense. What is truth? Said Pilate scornfully, but it was equally far removed from the Greek spirit. Greek thought, science, mathematics, philosophy, eager investigation into the nature of the world, which was the distinguishing mark of Greece, came to an end for many a century when the leadership passed from Greece to Rome. The classical world is a myth insofar that it is conceived of as marked by the same characteristics. Athens and Rome had little in common. That which distinguishes the modern world from the ancient, and that which divides the West from the East, is the supremacy of the mind in the affairs of men. And this came to birth in Greece, and lived in Greece, alone of all the ancient world. The Greeks were the first intellectualists, in a world where the irrational had played the chief role. They came forward as the protagonists of the mind. The novelty and the importance of this position are difficult for us to realize. The world we live in seems to us a reasonable and comprehensible place. It is a world of definite facts which we know a good deal about. We have found out a number of rules by which the dark and tremendous forces of nature can be made to move so as to further our own purpose, and our main effort is devoted to increasing our power over the outside material world. We do not dream of questioning the importance of what acts on the whole in ways we can explain and turn into our advantage. What brings us this attitude is the fact that of all the powers we are endowed with, we are making use preeminently of the reason. We are not soaring above the world on the wings of the imagination, or searching into the depths of the world within each one of us by the illumination of the Spirit. We are observing what goes on in the world around us, and we are reasoning upon our observations. Our chief and characteristic activity is that of the mind. The society we are born into is built upon the idea of the reasonable, and emotional experience and intuitive perception are accorded a place in it only if some rational account can be given of them. When we find that the Greeks too lived in a reasonable world as a result of using their reason upon it, we accept the achievement as the natural thing that needs no comment. But the truth is that even today our point of view obtains only within strict limits. It does not belong to the immense expanse and the multitudinous populations of the East. There, what goes on outside of a man is comparatively unimportant and completely undeserving of the attention of the truly wise. The observing reason which works on what we of the West call the facts of the real world is not esteemed in the East. This conception of human values has come down from antiquity. The world in which Greece came to life was one in which the reason had played the smallest role. All that was important in it belonged to the realm of the unseen, known only to the spirit. That is a realm in which outside fact, everything that makes up this visible, sensible, audible world, plays only an indirect part, and the facts of the spirit are not seen or felt or heard. They are experienced. They are peculiarly a man's own, something that he can share with no one else. An artist can express them in some sort, partially at best. The saint and the hero that are most at home in them can put them into words, or pictures, or music, only if they are artists. 2. The greatest intellect cannot do that through the intellect, and yet every human being has a share in the experience of the spirit. Mind and spirit together make up that which separates us from the rest of the animal world, that which enables man to know the truth, and that which enables him to die for the truth. A hard and fast distinction between the two can hardly be made. Both belong to the part of us which, in Platonic phraseology, draws us up from that which is ever dragging down, or in the figure that Plato was fondest of, that which gives form to the formless. And yet they are distinct. When St. Paul, in his great definitions, says that the things that are seen are temporal, and the things that are not seen are eternal, he is defining the realm of the mind, the reason that works, from a visible world, and realm of the spirit that lives by the invisible. In the ancient world before Greece, the things that are not seen had come more and more, the only things of great importance. The new power of the mind that marked Greece arose in a world facing toward the way of the Spirit. For a brief period in Greece, East and West met. The bias toward the rational, that was to distinguish the West, and the deep spiritual inheritance of the East. The full effect of this meeting, the immense stimulus to creative activity when clarity of mind is added to spiritual power. The immense stimulus to creative activity given when clarity of mind is added to spiritual power can be best realized by considering what had happened before Greece. What happens, that is, when there is great spiritual force with the mind held in abeyance. This is to be seen most clearly in Egypt, where the records are fullest and far more is known than about any other nation of antiquity. I always wonder, though, how much of it is contrived. It is materially to the point, therefore, to leave Greece for a moment and look at the country which had the greatest civilization of all the ancient world. In Egypt, the center of interest was the dead, the ruling world power, a splendid empire, and death a foremost preoccupation. Countless numbers of human beings for countless numbers of centuries thought of death as that which was nearest and most familiar to them. It is an extraordinary circumstance which could be made credible, but nothing less considerable than the immense mass of Egyptian art centered on the dead. To the Egyptian, the enduring world of reality was not the one he walked in on the paths of everyday life, but the one he should presently go to by the way of death. There were two causes working in Egypt to bring about this condition. The first was human misery, the state of the common man, in which the ancient world must have been wretched in the extreme. Those tremendous works that have survived through thousands of years were achieved at a cost in human suffering and death which was never conceived of as a cost in anything of value. Nothing so cheap as human life in ancient Egypt, and in Nineveh as nothing more cheap in India and China today. Even the well-to-do, the nobles, and the men of affairs lived with a very narrow margin of safety. Epitaph and extant of a great Egyptian noble holds him up to admiration in that he was never beaten with whips before the magistrate. The lives and fortunes of all were completely dependent upon the whims of a monarch whose only law was his own wish. One has but to read the account Tacitus gives of what happened under the irresponsible despotism of the early Roman emperors to realize that in the ancient world security must have been the rarest of goods. Seriously, why have people always tolerated that? In numbers, you just bomb rush them and change it, but they don't. They adhere. There must be something in our DNA that allows this. I've often wondered.
End of part 1.
In such conditions, men, seeing little hope for happiness in this world, turned instinctively to find comfort in another. Only in the world of the dead could there be found security and peace, and pleasure, which a man, by taking thought all his life for, might attain. No concern of earthly living could count to him in comparison, or be esteemed as real in comparison. Little profit for him there to use his mind, his reasoning powers, They could do nothing for him in the one matter of overwhelming importance, his status in the world to come. They could not give him hope when life was hopeless, or strength to endure the endurable. People who are terrified and hard-pressed by misery do not turn to the mind for their help. This instinctive recoil from the world of outside fact was enormously reinforced by the other great influence at work upon the side of death and against the use of the mind, the Egyptian priesthood. Before Greece, the domain of the intellect belonged to the priests. They were the intellectual class of Egypt. Their power was tremendous. Kings were subject to it. Great men must have built up that mighty organization, great minds, keen intellects. But what they learned of old truth and what they discovered of new truth was valued as it increased the prestige of the organization. And since truth is a jealous mistress and will reveal herself not a whit to any but a disinterested seeker, as the power of the priesthood grew, and any idea that tended to weaken it met with a cold reception, the priest must fairly soon have become sorry intellectualists, guardians only of what seekers of old had found, never using their own minds with freedom. There was another result no less inevitable. All they knew must be kept jealously within the organization, to teach the people so that they would begin to think for themselves. Oh, gee, it was even going on back then. Still going on today. Would be to destroy the surest prop of their power. Yeah, I mean, they're charlatans. I mean, we know it. They didn't. No one except themselves must have knowledge. For to be ignorant is to be afraid. And in the dark mystery of the unknown, a man cannot find his way alone. He must have guides to speak to him with authority. Ignorance was the foundation upon which the priest's power rested. In truth, the two, the mystery and those who dealt in it, reinforced each other in such sort that each appears both the cause and the effect of the other. The power of the priesthood depended upon the darkness of the mystery. His effort must ever be directed toward increasing it, and opposing any attempt to throw light upon it. The humble role played by the reason in the ancient world was assigned by an authority there was no appeal against. It determined the scope of thought and the scope of art as well, with an absolutism never questioned. Well, I bet they'd love to attain that again. We know of one man, to be sure, who set himself against it. For a few years the power of the Pharaoh was pitted against the power of the priest, and the Pharaoh won out. The familiar story of Akhenaten. He won out, but they were still there, and they eventually eclipsed him and got it back, or so I've been led to believe.
Who dared to think for himself?
And who built a city to enshrine and propagate the worship of the one and only God, might appear to point to a weakness in the great priestly body, but the proof is, in point of fact, rather the other way about. The priests were men deeply learned and experienced in human nature. They waited. The man of independent thought had only a very brief reign. It's too bad. This marvelous life on earth is screwed up by authority. It's sad. Did his contest with the priest wear him out? One wonders. I'm sure it did. They were there, ever pressing.
Their faces against the window.
They never go away. And many of the things they're capable of doing is unspeakable. And after his death, nothing of what he had stood for was allowed to remain. But the more they try to suppress it, the more famous he becomes. That's kind of the little irony there, isn't it? For us, it becomes written in the stars, like a universal law. Thou shalt not try to cover it up with anything, because the universe will remember. As they tried to erase the memories of two people that I know of, King Tut, or Tutankhamun, and King Tut and Akhenaten, besides Cleopatra, and she wasn't really ancient. She's considered more toward our side. After his death, nothing of what he stood for was allowed to remain. The priests took possession of his successor. That was King Tut. They erased his very name from the monuments. He had never really touched their power. I don't know about that if you want to count how long their name has lived through history. He won out in the long run. Truth is the daughter of time, not authority. Francis Bacon said that, otherwise known as the guy with the funny collar. He helped discover the scientific method. But whatever their attitude to this autocrat or that, autocratic government never failed to command the priests' allegiance. They were ever the support of the throne, as well as the power above it. Their instinct was sure. The misery of the people was the opportunity of the priest. Not only an ignorant populace, but one subjugated and wretched was their guarantee. With men's thoughts directed more and more toward the unseen world, and with the keys to it firmly in their own grasp, their terrific power was assured. When Egypt ended, the East went on ever farther in the direction Egypt had pointed. The miseries of Asia are a fearful page of history. Her people found strength to endure by denying any meaning and any importance to what they could not escape. The Egyptian world, where dead men walked and slept and feasted, was transmitted into what had always been implicit in its symbolism, the world of the spirit. In India, for centuries, the leader of thought to the East, ages long since, the world of the reason and the world of the spirit were divorced, and the universe handed over to the latter, reality. That which we have heard, which we have seen with our own eyes, and our hands have handled, of the word of life, was dismissed as a fiction that had no bearing upon the word. All that was seen and handled was vague and unsubstantial and forever passing. The shadow of a dream. Only that was real which was of the spirit. This is always man's way out, when the facts of life are too bitter and too black to be borne. When conditions are such that life offers no earthly hope, somewhere, somehow, men must find a refuge. Then they fly from the terror without to the citadel within, which famine and pestilence and fire and sword cannot shake. What Goth calls the inner universe, what Goth, it's Goth or Gotha, can live by its own laws, create its own security, be sufficient unto itself. When once reality is denied to the turmoil of the world without. So the East found a way to endure the intolerable, and she pursued it undeviatingly through the centuries, following it to its furthest implications. In India, the idea of truth became completely separated from outside fact. All outside was illusion. Truth was an inner disposition. In such a world, there is little scope for the observing reason. Where all except the spirit is unreal. It is manifest folly to be concerned with an exterior that is less than a shadow. It is easy to understand how in these conditions, the one department of the intellect that flourished was mathematics.
Go figure.
Nothing is less likely to react practically upon life, or to intrude into the domain of theology, than the world of the ideal revealed to the mathematical imagination. Pure mathematics soars into a region far removed from human wretchedness and reality, and no priest ever troubled himself about the effects of free inquiry along mathematical lines. There the mind could go where it pleased. Aha! Compared with the Egyptians, we are childish mathematicians, observes Plato. India, too, made notable contributions in this field. But sooner or later, if the activity of the mind is restricted anywhere, it will cease to function, even where it is allowed to be free. Today in India, the triumph of the spirit over the mind is complete, and wherever Buddhism, the great product of the Indian spirit, has prevailed, the illustrious of all that is of this earth, and the vanity of all research into its nature, is the center of the faith. As in Egypt, the priests saw their opportunity. The power of the Brahmins, the priestly caste, and of the great Buddhist hierarchy, is nothing less than stupendous.
The circle is complete. A wretched populace with no hope, save in the invisible,
and a priesthood whose power is bound up with the belief in the unimportance of the visible, so that they must forever strive to keep it an article of faith. The circle is complete in another sense as well. The wayfarer sheltering for the night in an abandoned house does not care to mend the roof. The rain drops through, and a people living in such
wretchedness
that their one comfort is to deny the importance of the facts of earthly life, will not try to better them. India has gone the way of the things that are not seen until the things that are seen have become invisible. That is what happens when one course is followed undeviatingly for ages. We are composite creatures, made up of soul and body, mind and spirit. When men's attention is fixed upon one to the disregard of the others, human beings result who are only partially developed, their eyes blinded to half of what offers and the great world holds. But in that antique world of Egypt and the early Asiatic civilizations, that world where the pendulum was swinging ever further and farther away from all fact, something completely new happened. The Greeks came into being, and the world as we know it began. End of chapter. So that's why modern science puts so much stock into mathematics. It's pretty good. Yeah. Thanks for joining me. I'm gonna have a little bit more time for another one, and then 39. Been going for 4 hours.
Electricity produces all the phenomena of nature. That it is the river active agent in evolving visible forms of substances whose results are known as laws. Man is the most perfect enfoldment of nature's electric laws, and the world and the universe are the universal expression of electric life and energy. Man and all the visible forms of creation are woven from invisible ether by electric forces, and as man's will and thoughts are the governing force of his electric organism, so simple and universal are the laws of nature that the will and thoughts of deity by electric energy are the controlling law and force of the universe, and the ultimate cause producing all causes, all creations, and all tangible forms. The natural world is the product of matter.
Welcome to Cosmology 101, Episode 2. In this episode, we're going to take a look at both models of the sun, the standard model versus the electric sun. Without further ado, let's get started. Star birth. The standard model sun birth, somewhere long ago and far away, an old star died, creating a supernova, which eventually became what we see as nebula. In this supernova, they say that all of the heavy elements that are on Earth were created and fused over a long period of time. This somehow, some way, became a swirling disk of dust and gas. The one thing that always bothered me about that theory is that if the star that died still had all this hydrogen left over to create one or more new baby stars, then why did it die in the first place? That has never really been addressed in anything that I've seen. So now we have a swirling disk of dust and gas. Then the remaining dust and gas that was left out of the star eventually, through what is known as accretion, became the other planets, which stuck together like little dust bunnies and all eventually became this planet. And then the collapsing nebula somehow ignited, and then it blew all the refuse out of the way, and what was left over was a solar system. And this star was born from the remains of the star that died. But there's that problem with, if there was all this hydrogen left over, why did the star die in the first place? And how did the hydrogen become perfectly placed out so that a family of stars could be born if more than one star was born at the same time? The standard model sun. The sun is a huge sphere of glowing gas. It produces energy and light, which make life on Earth possible. The temperature of the sun varies tremendously, and not in ways that you might realize. At the core of the sun, gravitational attraction produces immense pressure and temperature, which can reach more than 27 million degrees Fahrenheit, 15 million degrees Celsius. Hydrogen atoms get compressed and fused together to create helium. This process is called nuclear fusion. Nuclear fusion produces huge amounts of energy. The energy radiates outward to the sun's surface, atmosphere, and beyond. From the core, energy moves to the radiative zone, where it bounces around for up to 1 million years before moving up to the convective zone, the upper layer of the sun's interior. Now, this radiative zone has intrigued my interest, so I wanted to delve into it a little bit more. And it's also called radiation zone. Radiative zone is hypothetically a region or layer of a star's interior where energy is primarily transported toward the exterior by means of radiative diffusion and thermal conduction rather than by convection. Energy travels through the radiation zone in the form of electromagnetic radiation as photons. Matter in a radiation zone is so dense that photons can travel only a short distance before they are absorbed or scattered by another particle, gradually shifting to longer wavelength as they do so. For this reason, it takes an average of 171,000 years for gamma rays from the core of the sun to leave the radiation zone. Over this range, the temperature of the plasma drops from 15 million K near the core down to 1.5 million K at the base of the convection zone. In a radiation zone, the temperature gradient, the change in temperature as the function of the radius, is given by this math equation. I think it's worth noting that no other thing known contains a radiative zone in nature except stars. The temperature here drops significantly. Large bubbles of hot plasma form a soup of ionized atoms and move upwards to the photosphere. The temperature in the photosphere is about 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It is here that the sun's radiation is detected as visible light. Sunspots on the photosphere are cooler and darker than the surrounding area. At the center of big sunspots, the temperature can be as low as 7,300 degrees Fahrenheit, 4,000 degrees Celsius. I know astronomers like to use Kelvin. We won't. The chromosphere, the next layer of the sun's atmosphere, is a bit cooler at 7,800 degrees. Visible light from the chromosphere is usually too weak to be seen against the brighter photosphere. But during total solar eclipses, when the moon covers the photosphere, the chromosphere can be seen as a red rim around the sun. Temperatures rise dramatically in the corona, which can also only be seen during an eclipse, as plasma streams upward like points on a crown, which the word corona is Latin for crown. The corona can get to about 3.5 million degrees Fahrenheit. As the corona cools, losing heat and radiation, matter is blown off as the solar wind. The sun is the largest and most massive object in the solar system. It is about 93 million miles from Earth. The distance is called an astronomical unit, or 1 AU, and is used to measure distances throughout the solar system. The sun's light and heat takes about 8 minutes to reach us, which leads to another way to state the distance to the sun, about 8 light minutes. And that is the standard model of the sun. The electric sun theory, or electric sun hypothesis, is the idea that the sun and stars derives the main source of their power electrically from its surroundings rather than from within by nuclear fusion. The mainstream view, which has never been duplicated by science on Earth. The electric sun is often attributed to a 1972 article by Ralph Jurgens, who acknowledges priority to a 1958 Melvin Cook monograph, an inspiration from Immanuel Velikovsky, Cosmos Without Gravitation, the electron sun theory, including Wal Thornhill and Don Scott. The electric sun model is a part of the electric universe theory and is being scientifically tested by the Sapphire Project, where I'm going to read a synopsis from Wal Thornhill from his website, hollowscience.com. Plasma physicists argue that stars are formed by an electromagnetic pinch effect on a widely dispersed gas and dust. The pinch is created by the magnetic force between the parallel current filaments that are part of huge electric currents flowing inside a galaxy. It is far more effective than gravity in concentrating matter, and unlike gravity, it can remove excess angular momentum that tends to prevent collapse. Stars will form like beads on a wire until gravity takes over. The late Ralph Jurgens, an engineer from Flagstaff, Arizona in the 1970s, took the next mental leap to suggest that the electrical input doesn't stop there, and that stars are not thermonuclear engines. This is obvious when the sun is looked at from an electrical discharge perspective. The galactic currents that create the stars persist to power them. Stars behave as electrodes in a galactic glow discharge. Bright stars, like our sun, are great concentrated balls of lightning. The matter inside the stars becomes positively charged as electrons drift toward the surface. The resulting internal electrostatic forces prevent stars from collapsing gravitationally, and occasionally cause them to give birth by electrical fissioning to form companion stars and gas giant planets. Sudden brightening, or a nova outburst, marks such an event. That elucidates why stars commonly have partners, and why most of the giant planets so far detected closely orbit their parent star. Stellar evolution theory in the age of stars is an elaborate fiction. The appearance of a star is determined largely by its electrical environment and can change suddenly. Plasma physicists and electrical engineers are best able to recognize plasma discharge phenomena. Stellar physics is in the wrong hands. And that was Walt Thornhill on his HoloScience.com website. Just Google electric stars or electric universe. You see all kinds of hits that just pretty much show that mainstream is in some kind of a panic to go out of their way to say that this has been debunked and that it's just a bunch of hooey, when they are acting in what appears to me to be a state of fear. That really shows that it really needs to be looked into more in depth, because if it was something that they were not worried about, they would not be in such a panic to put all this mental pollution on the internet to try to hide the real story. That's just my opinion.
The standard solar model, this is the culprit. Arthur Eddington deduced the nuclear energy concept of stars. He based it on a number of premises, all of which were false, and yet he had the temerity to say it should not be too difficult to understand such a simple thing as a star. He used gravity and simple gas laws applicable on Earth but not in the solar plasma, which resulted in a simplistic model that took no account of the observed complexities of the sun. It is an impossible solar model because the coronal temperature is in the millions of degrees, the chromosphere is 10,000, photosphere 5,700, and the core requires a temperature of the order of 15 million degrees and an unreal density for hypothetical nuclear fusion. Even the nuclear fusion reactions cannot be tested, and in order to make it work, it involved quantum tunneling and all sorts of magical tricks to try and get a theory which would work. It was very clever, but is it real? It also needs a radiative zone unknown inside any other hot body. That had to be put in, of course, because you've got intense X-rays coming from a 15 million degree core, and somehow that had to be converted into just heat and light at the surface. Here's Ralph Jurgens. You've seen him before, some of you. He presented in the 70s, 1972, a gas discharge model of the sun. He wrote, the modern astrophysical concept that ascribes the sun's energy to thermonuclear reactions deep in the solar interior is contradicted by nearly every observable aspect of the sun. I was inspired when I read his article. He provided a detailed gas discharge model applicable to all stars, a single model for all stars. So electric stars, like the lights of a great city at night, stars are lit at great distances from where their power is being generated. Each star forms the focus of a Z-pinch in the current stream. An electric star, for stars like the Sun, the current flows in dark mode, so we don't see the spectacular glow mode bipolar wiring harnesses of supernovae and planetary nebulae. But every star has this form in its current feed system. Then how do we look at the Sun within the heliosphere? Because these plasma sheaths, or the heliosphere, protects what's inside from the electrical environment outside. Most of the voltage that drives the Sun occurs out at that distant boundary. This is why the spacecraft that are traversing that region at present are suffering so many surprises, because nothing's behaving the way they expected. They thought it was just a collisional boundary. It's not. Most of the voltage that drives the Sun occurs across that thin boundary, and the result is, as Ralph Jurgens suggested, it's the origin of most of the cosmic rays in our galaxy. Every star has this cosmic ray accelerator at the boundary of its heliosphere. It's called the virtual cathode because if the Sun forms the anode here, and it's just a coronal discharge into thin air, thin vacuum, there is a virtual cathode set up by the plasma. It's the boundary of the Sun's electrical influence. It is the virtual cathode in the stellar corona discharge, and most of the Sun's driving voltage appears across the plasma sheath. A very important point, because all of those who've, the pseudo-skeptics I call them, who attack this model, say, where are all the relativistic electrons streaming past the Earth? You know, we should see them. The point is, if you'll notice, that this here is the voltage gradient through most of the heliosphere. The only place where you'll see swift changes in that voltage gradient is at the virtual cathode. You'll notice the size of it here, and this little blip when you get into the corona. That's the thing that accelerates the particles in the corona and heats them to 20 million degrees. Cosmology and the electric universe can inspire, in my opinion, a scientific revolution of unparalleled scope. We see on the left there a planetary nebula and a plasma discharge tube, just as an example of the similarities. And they hinge on one simple question in both cases, plasma cosmology and the electric universe: does electricity play a role in the universe? The electric universe cosmology, a guiding principle of this is convergence of all human knowledge. This is why I've been associated with David Talbot and the comparative mythologists, because that extends our knowledge right back into prehistory. And when you think about the short time that we've been observing the skies with modern instruments, it's a very narrow view of the history of the skies. We do not want merely a modern consensus in one single specialised field. What is plasma? Moving plasma generates electric currents and forms current sheets, filaments and bubbles. It produces radiation over large parts of the electromagnetic spectrum, and this makes radio astronomy extremely important in the future. There's already sufficient information to be able to overturn, in my opinion, all of the nonsense about the Big Bang available from radio astronomical observations. Interestingly, plasma behaviour is extremely complex, far more than I ever imagined. As I say here, the flow of electricity through plasma can cause glows, arcs, jets, filaments, beads, bubbles, kinks, sausages, tornadoes and explosions. That's a pretty fair range of phenomena to be going on with a single mechanism. It's just as we see in the lab, and as it turns out, it's just as we see in deep space. Of course, this has been mentioned, the electric force is 10 to the 39 or 10 to the 40 times stronger than gravity. And one of the scientists who was involved with the Velikovsky story early in the piece, Dr. Earl Milton, wrote an article called "The Gravitational Force is Zero," and he used this little example at the bottom. Gravitational force divided by the electric force is 10 to the minus 39, which is as good as zero as you can get. So we cannot ignore the electric force in the universe. In a plasma universe, we have to ask what physics lies behind these wonderfully mysterious objects that shine in deep space. All these glorious photographs we get from space are being viewed and interpreted by people who have no experience in plasma physics. It's obvious that energy has been supplied to the thin gas in space so that some atoms become ionised and glow. Astronomers are restricted to explosions to deliver the energy to this ionised gas. And in some cases, the distance between the glowing envelope and the central object that's supposed to have exploded precludes the explosion being responsible for the energy that we see radiated by these spectacular planetary nebulae. So the plasma universe can be far more complex than we ever imagined, while the underlying principles are very simple. And this may be chiseled in rocks on the surrounding country, out in the surrounding countryside near Los Alamos. Christian Birkeland is one of the electric universe pioneers. He was a Nobel Prize nominee and a pioneer. He built a model electromagnetic Earth, his Torella experiment, to mimic an aurora. And a good book about his life is by Lucy Jago called The Northern Lights. It's a good read. The thing is that this Torella needs electric power to work. So the phenomena we see in his experiments has to be powered electrically externally. And this is important, of course. He wrote, "It seems to be a natural consequence of our points of view to assume that the whole of space is filled with electrons and flying electric ions of all kinds." He was rather prescient in his statements. There's more to come. These magnetic field, the ambient magnetic field, which you can see here, are named after him, and it is the force-free means of transferring electrical power from one part of the universe to the other. The current filaments naturally form double helix or twisted pairs at every scale, from the laboratory to galaxies. And that's due in part to the difference in mass of the positively charged particles that carry the current and the negative, of course, the electrons that carry the current. It's interesting how these small differences here and there account for the complexity. So in deep space we have cosmic power lines. The electrical power transmission lines in space are usually in dark discharge mode. In other words, they can't be seen, however they can be traced by radio astronomers. That's why I say radio astronomy is extremely important. Birkeland currents are to be found on all scales, from the lab to the galactic cluster, and can be detected by their magnetic fields. So like birds on a power line, we're unaware of the energy coursing past us so far. This is an experiment I did in Melbourne at the laboratories of the major telecommunications carrier with high voltage equipment. That red insulation is wrapped around a very heavy gauge copper pipe, and it's connected via this rod, which I'll show you in action in a moment. It's going to close the circuit between those two conducting balls you can see there. And this is the result. It's compressed in both radially and longitudinally. It came down very hot. I had to toss it around until it cooled. And here we see an example in space of the very same effect. We're looking down the barrel there of a planetary nebula. This is an example of the electromagnetic pinch. It's also called the Bennett pinch. And you'll see here three examples. One, the laboratory example, the Southern Crab Nebula in the centre, and supernova 1987A, which is one of my favourite objects, since it shows all of the phenomena we would expect from a plasma pinch effect in space, and suggests that supernovae have nothing to do with an internally generated explosion in a star. Alfvén had an article published in the Boston Globe, I think it was in the 60s, and it was under the heading of Alfvén's Electric Universe. But one of the important statements he made was important fields of research, for example, the treatment of the state in interstellar regions, including the formation of stars, are still based on a neglect of Bennett's discovery, that's the pinch effect, more than half a century ago. Present-day students in astrophysics hear nothing about it. He said that in 1986. Starbirth. One of the features of an intense lightning bolt is that the current can actually pinch off totally so that it forms bright beads or plasmoids. So bead lightning appears with a particularly powerful fork lightning. It looks like the lightning discharge channel has broken up into a string of glowing plasma beads. So last year there was a report from the Herschel Space Telescope, which is looking in infrared into the birthplaces of stars. And here's a quote from the paper. A view of an incredible network of filamentary structures and features indicating a chain of near-simultaneous star formation events glittering like strings of pearls deep in our galaxy. That is, in effect, bead lightning in an interstellar cloud. There was a subsequent paper which examined some of these filaments in more detail, and here's the quotes from that paper. The filaments are huge, stretching for tens of light years, and regardless of the length or density of the filament, the width is always roughly the same. That's like cloud-to-cloud lightning. But the explanation of the astronomers is that all of these kinks and that are caused by exploding stars. So I asked the question, where are these exploding stars? And shouldn't there be some sort of radial curvature associated with those filaments? Instead of that, it has the same kind of tortured path of lightning. And the stars form along those filaments. An important aspect of the formation of stars and of all condensed bodies in the universe is this effect that occurs in a Birkeland current filament, and that is that it scavenges very efficiently widely scattered material and draws it into the central axis of the Birkeland current filament. Now the interesting thing is that in the standard model of the collapse of the protostar material, it's all radial, and astronomers have cooked up a story whereby the final collapse of all that material is adiabatic. In other words, there's no heat escape. Because the material here is distributed along that filament, the coolest part of the matter here is along the axis. And the other very important aspect of Markland convection is that all of the cool, low ionization potential elements, which you can see there are carbon, sulfur, iron, silicon and magnesium, all the things you need to make up a planetary core, are deposited along that filament at the axis. Of course, once you've got sufficient material along that axis, there is a tendency for it to break up into blobs or into stars. So this means that they must constitute the core matter of stars, not hydrogen. You'll notice that hydrogen and helium are on the outer rim of that Birkeland filament. So this destroys any idea that stars have hydrogen cores. Another tries to find these hotspots, they call them, 0.03 light years away from Earth, because they must be within that distance actually, because further out galactic magnetic fields should deflect the particles and smear them across the sky. So here we have evidence for another of Alfvén's predictions. Of course, no such sources are known to exist conventionally. I believe, this is my diagram, the electric sun has been confirmed, because last year we heard stories about these energetic neutral atoms which are entering the heliosphere. This is the heliosphere, the sun's this little speck in the middle, and the current that flows in the equatorial plane of the sun, it may not be equatorial actually because these are aligned with the local magnetic field as you would expect from Birkeland currents. And here are the double layers that I've drawn in here, the cosmic ray accelerators. So the Earth orbiting in here will experience cosmic rays from here and from here, which is what's been found. This discovery of energetic neutral atoms in a ribbon around the sun, around the solar system at some unknown distance, was a complete and total surprise. There was no explanation for it. The other thing is that the particles come in from bright spots. Now, these columns here are actually a cylinder of Birkeland filaments. So you'll find bright spots where some of those Birkeland filaments are distributed around this cylinder. If you can imagine, that's a cylinder of electric current from the local industry current. So in my opinion, we have confirmation of the electric sun and its connection to the interstellar circuit.
It's really hard to gather a source for the electric universe's version of the sun because there are quite a few very good ones. I won't cite Don Scott as a source, I will just let you watch him. But I saw a description on the Thunderbolt site from a guy named Stephen Smith. It sums it up pretty good, so I'm going to read what he wrote. The electric sun theory presupposes that sunspots, flares, coronal heating, and coronal mass ejections are due to changes in the sun's galactic electrical supply. The contention is that the sun is powered externally and is not a fusion reactor. Instead, Birkeland current filaments, named after Christian Birkeland, carry electricity through the Milky Way, supplying the sun with variable power. The circuits in which Birkeland currents circulate generate magnetic fields, so their helical shape is known, since it can be seen. Plasma's behavior is driven by conditions in those circuits. Fluctuations in current flow form double layers with enormous voltages between them. This means that electric forces in double layers can be several orders of magnitude stronger than gravity. Double layers separate plasma into cells that can have different temperatures or densities. According to a recent press release, heliophysics, using data from the Solar Dynamics Observatory and the Big Bear Solar Observatory in the San Bernardino Mountains of California, think a method for supplying some heat to the solar corona was identified in their observations. One astronomer said, "We see certain kinds of solar seismic waves channeling upwards into the lower atmosphere, called the chromosphere, and from there into the corona." In the electric universe, rather than electromagnetism acting like railroad tracks, guiding the waves as they move up through the atmosphere, plasma discharge behavior is the best model for solar activity. It means seeing rotating discharge columns in profile. Electric discharges in plasma form hollow tendrils. Their centers are dark, where convection cells would appear darker at their edges. The fact that sunspots have darker and cooler regions means that the sun is cooler in its interior. Another way in which conventional thinking differs from electric universe proposals is that most heliophysicists see the sun as a giant amplifier, accelerating solar plasmas into space in the same way that sound waves travel through the acoustical waveguides. As mentioned, however, it is spicules, rising thousands of miles up in the photosphere, that carry ionized plasma with them. Since the sun is the locus of positive charge with respect to interstellar plasma, sunspots appear when electric discharges penetrate the photosphere, allowing the electric charge to flow into its depths. Electromagnetic flux tubes, sunspot filaments, expose the sun's cooler interior. The idea of kinetic heat transfer from the sun's core cannot be supported by any observations. Multiple loops and arches connect sunspots and rise up from the photosphere penetrating the chromosphere. The chromosphere is a plasma sheath, or double layer region of the sun, where most of its electrical energy is contained. When electric charge flowing into the sun's plasma sheath increases beyond a critical threshold, it triggers sudden solar flares and prominence eruptions. Powerful electric fields generate secondary toroidal magnetic fields that surround the eruptions. When current grows too strong, the plasma double layer is destroyed, interrupting the charge flow and allowing stored electromagnetic energy to blast into space. Solar flares, therefore, can be thought of as solar lightning bursts. This underscores electric universe advocate Wal Thornhill's assertions, where he says, quote, "After 100 years of neglect, an electrical model of stars is just beginning to emerge. It is an engineer's view that offers a coherent understanding of our real place in the universe and practical insights for the future exploration of space. If the sun shines as an electric light plugged in to the electric universe, the objective tests become obvious. Perhaps, with real understanding of stars, we may reach childhood's end in the cosmos." End quote. And that was signed Stephen Smith, Thunderbolts Group.
Surface works very analogously to the way a PNP transistor works. And we'll see that briefly at least. Anyway, again, to state the obvious, we all probably know that the major three layers on the sun that are important, and if you come toward the sun in the order in which you see them, would be the corona, the chromosphere, and the photosphere. Now, the corona is perhaps the most beautiful thing in the sky. It is this colorful. Those are, of course, the same colors that we see in the aurora. And why? Because it's the same thing. It is plasma in the glow mode. And it is the same sort of stuff, helium, hydrogen, mostly hydrogen, excited electrically. Again, everything I say, please ask yourself, while I'm saying it, how does the Standard Model explain this? The Standard Model has no explanation for why a corona exists in the first place. If the sun is just a nuclear furnace like a wood stove, my wood stove doesn't glow like that. And so clearly, everything that we observe around the surface of the sun, including the corona, is electrical in nature. One other comment, and that is that you can't see anything in the night sky that isn't plasma. Oh yeah, I can see the moon. Yeah, but of course the moon is reflected sunlight, and sunlight is plasma. The sun, where all of light that we see, if you look at Jupiter through a telescope or Saturn or any of the planets, you're seeing reflected plasma light. And we'll talk about the photosphere and where all that light comes from in a minute. But the corona is a pretty big thing. It extends out about 3 solar radii if you look at half the width of that disk. And then do 1, 2, 3. It takes you out to about the corner of that picture, and you can see that's about the extent of the corona. So it's large. The sun is, 865,000 kilometers across, I think, something like that. The chromosphere, the second layer going in, contains these spicules. And spicules, we've all heard, the pines of Rome. The spicules are the fountains of the sun, not the fountains of Rome. But anyway, they have certain characteristics. Those spicules are really towering fountains of electrons that come up out of the sun and then back into the sun again immediately. If our assumption is correct, Jurgen's assumption that the sun has a positive charge, those electrons, once spewed, are very quickly brought back into the sun again. And that's what the spicules are. The photosphere is where the action is, and that's what we're going to be talking about mostly. The photosphere consists of these things that the astronomers called photospheric granules. A more proper name for them is anode tufts. The anode tufts consist of plasma in the arc mode, and I've heard all sorts. Even one of my good friends thinks the sun is liquid hydrogen or something. It better be pretty hot liquid, because plasma in the arc mode puts out a horrific amount of power. And as a matter of fact, but I should say this, those granules come and go with time. They grow, they get bright, then they shrink and they go away. The power put out by the sun is really fantastic. That is to say, the radiation from the sun, every square inch of the sun's surface on average puts out 42,000 watts. If you can think of what about a square mile, it's not boiling anything. It's arc mode plasma. The temperature of those granules or tufts is about 6,000 Kelvin, which is pretty. You wouldn't want to spend your summer vacation there, but it's in relation to the temperature of the lower corona, which is 2 million Kelvin. It's a medium temperature. Anyway, there's a picture of the granules. That's a movie. If you look at it very carefully, you can see it moving. It's a real-time motion picture of the granules. If you keep your eye on one, especially near I think that white stuff in the center is a bunch of spicules coming up through, I don't know, but I think that's what it is. And you see them, they're all over the place. Let's see. Yeah, where is it? There's some down here, there's some over here, up here, and of course a bunch of them here. If you keep your eyes on the granules themselves, you'll see them shrinking away to nothing. And the question is, why do they do that? Well, there's a typical sunspot. And you might say, well, what's a sunspot? Well, a sunspot's where the photospheric tufts are not. It's a region where the photospheric tufts don't exist. And so there's been a good deal of work done in the laboratory on anode tufts, and we'll talk some about that. The main focus, I would say, of Jurgen's sun model is an anode tuft. How does the anode tuft work? And that's one of the things I'd like to spend some time on this morning. There is, of course, the penumbra. That's that orange ring that you can see. The dark inner area is called the umbra. And the temperatures in the umbra have been measured at, well, just something north of 3,000 Kelvin. So the umbra obviously is much cooler than the normal spots. The normal tufts, which are the yellow region around the outside there. Anyway, I said that Monty had sent me some interesting pictures from Sapphire. There is one. Now the purple wine glass in the back is not real. Monty has not been drinking. That's just an aberration of the photograph. This was taken inside a bell jar. And he and his team have managed to actually create anode tufts. The center bright purple thing is a spherical, although it's distorted some by the shape of the bell jar. It's pretty spherical, and it's the anode. And riding on top of that anode are anode tufts. And so the major property of these anode tufts is that they're made up of positive charges. And as such, you can think to yourself, just basic knowledge of electricity, if those things are each one a group of positive charges, then they don't like each other. They're going to be repelling each other. And so you see they're quite evenly spaced over the surface of the sphere. And as you'll see in a minute, when Mahdi increases the current, he increases the number of tufts and he increases the brightness of the tufts, and finally they turn into something in the arc mode, just like we see on the surface of the sun. So, as I said before, I think I said before, the main basis of the Jurgen's model is an analysis of those tufts. And so we're going to be thinking of traveling in a line, if you can visualize, from the purple surface there, the surface of the anode, up through the tuft, and then out beyond the tuft. And let's think, what would we expect to see there? I'll tell you what Jurgen's expected to see there, and I think it's exactly what Monty is seeing and is going to see in his Sapphire experiment. That's the famous double layer. You're going to hear people in here talk about double layers. Hannes Alfvén was famous for double layers. Irving Langmuir got the Nobel Prize for his work with double layers. That's a double layer. That's all it is. That is what it is. Why don't those positive charges and negative charges come together and neutralize each other? Why do they stay separate? Irving Langmuir found out, and that's why he got the Nobel Prize. And I've heard people decry that can't happen. What you're seeing, don't believe your lying eyes. Believe me, I'm going to tell you what happened. No, that's what really happens. And that's a picture of what the penumbral filaments look like. And it's kind of interesting that I maintain, and you think of it yourself, the umbra is a place where there aren't any tufts. So if you look at a cross-section of this thing, you can see tufts. They're all pushing on each other. You know, the samurai warriors, they don't like each other. But when it comes to the edge of the place where there aren't any tufts, these guys don't have anything to hold them back. So they fall in. And you can see that's happening. The reason I say you can see it happening is concentrate on the circular ring right on the outside of the penumbra, right between the yellow and the, ochre colored areas. And you can see that the regular tufts, the yellow area, right near where the tufts are breaking away, are going outward. You see that? And the tufts in the penumbra are going inward. Sure, they hate each other. They're both positive groups of positive charge. They're elbowing each other. And so when the group that is not being held back by anything and just falls off, when it starts to flow, to move, it's still pushing on the other guys. The space is opening up, and so some fall in and some fall away. So I think that is proof, the fact that the yellow ones actually move outward while the other ones are moving inward. When space opens up for them to be able to move, shows that what you're seeing is an electric reaction. It's not a gravitational reaction. At least I maintain it's not. The analogy, of course, is the calving of icebergs. No tendency for them to move away because nothing's pushing on them. Only gravity is pulling the one down that's falling in. This is not the case, so this is a partial analogy. It is sort of like, makes you think about what is happening on the sun. But on the sun, this guy that's falling is pushing back like crazy on the one that he just came away from, and he's moving back. It's going to increase in strength, and the plasma tufts are going to go into the arc mode. You will see the photosphere. There they are. They don't like each other. It's like a bunch of kabuki warriors pushing each other away. They're all positive. And they're all looking for advantage and not finding it. You might hear Monty's voice in the background if they have the audio on. He's increased the current. The tufts have begun to go into, I know whether it's a high glow mode or that's arc mode. You can see now, it's a better model that you can see the sunspots. Sunspots are where there are no tufts. There's something that he's got the excitation such that it looks like the chromosphere. That little black thing in the bottom, I guess, Michael can tell me whether, is that the spectroscopic probe or it's a probe of some sort. There's the corona. The ring around the outside is the cathode. And of course, in the model, in the sapphire model, you need a cathode. But in real space, of course, the cathode is a virtual cathode. But there's the corona. The reason that the corona there looks like it's only on one side is because the anode is closer to the cathode on that spot where you get the corona. If it were equally spaced, you'd see the corona all the way around. Sorry for the hokey ending.
Compared modern cosmology with the medieval church. I think we've suffered through the last century the demise of physics. I've recently come to the position that Stephen Hawking was right. Philosophy is dead. Ever since Kant claimed that the world we observe is all in the mind. Because following Kant and Einstein, modern physics has followed that same path and is also dead but won't lie down. I've recently read this book by David Harriman, I think his name is, called The Logical Leap, and it's about induction in physics. And he says the only means of knowledge is reasoning from observed facts, and that's been the story for me. The senses provide our only direct contact with reality. He goes on to say that induction is much more difficult and controversial than deduction, and why it is not reducible to the formalism of symbols, and that's particularly true on the path that I've taken. Deduction takes for granted the process of conceptualization. Induction is the conceptualization process itself in action. David Harriman goes on to say that a conceptual consciousness is an integrating mechanism and its product, knowledge, is an interconnected system, not a heap of propositions, which is largely how science is at present. And here's the man who taught me. I came across his book before I entered university. I was inspired by the approach, the logical leaps that Velikovsky took. I had never seen before. When I got to university, I spent a lot of time in the sociology shelves at the university library, just picking books at random about myths and legends from around the world. And I found that the stories were understandable. They tended to leap off the page at me, and I could see how they related to what Velikovsky had shown in his work. I believed that he had made a case that needed to be answered. One of the things he did do, as well, was to throw down the gauntlet to astronomers by saying that electromagnetism was involved in the celestial mechanism. But this was ignored by astronomers who simply said, his work disobeys Newton's laws and therefore we can ignore you. They never picked up the gauntlet. In my view, cosmology must be a coherent natural philosophy and there can be no exceptions. If there's an exception, there's a problem with your cosmology. At present, the Big Bang doesn't address any of the big issues, in my opinion. I consider it a hopeless cosmology. It must provide insights into every discipline, including life itself and the human condition. And I think this is extremely important and something that Velikovsky felt also was important for our long-term survival. However, modern specialised science is a hostile environment for such a quest. Now, we do have an alternative cosmology that is accepted by the IEEE, the largest professional organisation in the world. It is based on the work of several Nobel Prize winners over the last century, has many successful predictions to its name, and also challenges the Big Bang, and this is why astronomers ignore it. However, it doesn't handle unsolved problems in basic, particle and stellar physics, and this is the area that the electric universe tries to address. It tries to tackle these fundamental problems, and in doing so offers a breakthrough in understanding of ourselves and our place in the universe. The electric universe, I believe, is an attempt at a convergent, interdisciplinary cosmology. And the first thing to do is to get rid of some of the perpetrators of the demise of physics. In my view, science left the path of reason and objectivity in the early 1900s, and I'm sure I won't get much argument from the audience, having sat through many very interesting talks at this conference. Einstein and his proponents bequeathed us, in my view, a disconnected, incoherent universe that simply cannot function or give rise to life. And this is why so much magic has had to be invoked to try and make the theory fit the facts. And if the facts don't fit the theory, you can ignore them. Don Hodson, who I believe is a member of the NPA, has said everyone who takes relativity seriously believes in the reality of at least one direction in which one cannot point. And I thought that was a very succinct way of putting it. I also believe that E equals mc squared, whether you attribute it to Einstein or anyone else, is the best known and most misunderstood equation in science. In my view, the real meaning of E equals mc squared is that energy, mass, and the speed of light are all properties of matter. Electromagnetic energy, in my view, is stored in the orbital substructure of subatomic particles and manifests as their mass. The orbital substructure picture was given to me by Ralph Sansbury back in about 1981. Therefore, the mass of a particle is a measure of how much energy is absorbed in deformation of a particle instead of its acceleration. This is an alternative way of looking at the particle accelerating experiments.
So Standard Model does not challenge the basic assumption. I have a few more things to add to that, but not much. The sun is a variable star. In X-rays, meaning there is no way to find out how long it will continue to shine, as it does. But there appears to be a mechanism in place that maintains its brightness and electrical output, in spite of its varying electrical environment. Plasma operates in what is called dark mode in many cases, but it, unlike dark matter or energy, can be detected by radio telescopes. Plasma is significantly defined as the fourth state of matter, but it is only because it was the last to be discovered. In actuality, it is the first state of matter. Plasma was termed by Irving Langmuir, who won the Nobel Prize, and he named it plasma because it reminded him of blood plasma and seemed alive. An example of plasma would be a fluorescent light or a flame, which needs some kind of starter to get it going. Then there's normal glow mode. There is another mode called arc mode, like in welding, which again needs to be started with an electrical difference, which drops when it begins to operate. At that point, the air breaks down to become a conductive plasma. And this thing called the pinch effect, it has been reproduced in laboratories because the beauty of the electric universe is that the plasma operates the same in tiny experiments or galactic interactions. The pinch effect of the electric current is what forms galaxies, and also within those galaxies create the stars. The pinch effect is powering the galaxy and then down to the stars, and then actually power the stars themselves with these things called anode tufts. Walt Thornhill has made an analogy that, seen from space, one might think that a bright city would be powered from within, but actually it is being powered by invisible lines from power stations, sometimes hundreds of miles away. The sun works on this premise. Now the solar wind, as it recedes from the sun, accelerates, and it is actually an electric current and not a wind. so it has been misnamed. But there is also a problem with the standard models missing neutrinos. As it is known, when you combine 4 hydrogen atoms in a nuclear reaction, they have to get what is called a neutrino. So there must be all of these neutrinos coming from the sun, but they're not finding them anywhere near the amount they need, which should be being generated at the core.
Compressed matter in the core of the sun to cause its thermal temperature to be around 15 million degrees. And that it's this pressure that is responsible for the nuclear reactions causing fusion, and that through various ways this energy migrates and finally escapes through the layers of the sun, creating the photosphere, which is cooler at about 6,000 degrees Celsius. And then further on out to the corona, where the temperature again rises up to around 2 million degrees. But this is one of many disparities that heliophysicists have spent years working on to discover. Why does the sun shine?
Hurry if you would. It's almost there. Yeah, discharge from the stem, but it's fine.
So we have these anodes we can throw out. And that was day 2. So we thought that was pretty cool too. We thought, okay, we've got some good news and now we can go to the conference. And then
the spicules of the sun have to be investigated from a new vantage point, and so much of this has to do with the interfacial dynamics of different plasma regions and charged particles being launched into higher regions and so on. And both Don Scott and Wal Thornhill place a great emphasis on the study of the spicule dynamics.
Solar electrical effects. The sun's surface is carpeted with complex magnetic fields. Only electricity can produce magnetic fields, therefore the sun must be understood in terms of electric circuits. Where are these circuits and what creates them? And what sustains them? Plasma physicists know that the movement of different types of plasma past one another will generate currents in the plasma. When you get back to first causes, we do not know. We don't even know the right questions to ask at this stage of our ignorance, I would suggest. Sunspots are an embarrassment in the thermonuclear model. They have powerful magnetic fields with the same polarity spots clumped together. Now, normally the same polarity magnetic fields push one another apart. However, the magnetic field here is a signature of the Birkeland currents piercing the photosphere. And the pinch effect means the magnetic field is very intense in sunspots. They are drawn together because parallel currents attract. It's as simple as that. Ampere's law. Their darkness, structure and behaviour have required great ingenuity in attempts to explain them, yet they remain mysterious. I asked the question, does this sunspot penumbra, this is where you can see edge on to the photosphere and look deeper into the atmosphere, or the ionosphere, I should say, of the sun. And I asked this question, does this sunspot penumbra look like turbulent boiling hot gas? And I would say not. It has structure, it has a motion which doesn't look like boiling material coming up from the interior of the sun. And why is the sunspot dark if the sun is hotter beneath? It should be blindingly bright because we're trying to get that 15 million degrees energy out through this hole which is looking deeper into the ionosphere of the sun. The simplest answer is that the sun is thousands of degrees cooler below. And remember I said stars are formed with cool cores? They're not formed with hot cores. They could never have any nuclear reactions in their core under those conditions. Here we come back to Birkeland. This man was amazing. He wrote, it might be imagined that the interior of the sun formed a positive pole for enormous electric currents. So there's your electric sun. This assumption has the advantage of appearing to give a natural explanation of the movement of the sunspots in various latitudes. This experiment has been repeated back in the 60s, and depending on the current input, those spots move in latitude, which is exactly what we see. So the sunspot movement across the latitudes on the sun is a measure of the changing input to the power input to the sun. In this case, he wrote, the origin of the sunspots must be that the presumptive more or less insulating photospheric envelope was sometimes pierced by disruptive discharges. I couldn't believe it when I read that. Thus forming great electric arcs. I would say he was the first one to actually tell you what a sunspot is. And that was from his huge tomes called the Norwegian Aurora Polaris Expedition, published in 1902-1903. What do we find today? This is the sun in ultraviolet light, and you can see that we have an equatorial view at the top and a polar view at the bottom. And it has a plasma torus about it, and this is exactly what Birkeland had found in his experiments, that you get a plasma torus, and it's a storage ring, it stores energy. When that energy gets to a certain level, a massive discharge will take place from that torus to the surface of the body, and it follows the magnetic field lines. In the extreme case, when there's too much energy in that ring, it may actually switch to a polar jet. Many stars have polar jets. I suggest that these long filaments in the penumbra are actually electrical tornadoes, thousands of kilometres long. They have bright edges, dark cores, and a twisted appearance. And there's a special effects fire here with a helicopter engine above, and fire is injected at the bottom. And you can see the bright edges here and the dark core. And you can see these filaments here. It's exactly what they've got. And bright lightning flecks the tops of the granules. These are the solar granules that we see covering the sun. So the sunspot cycle, you see the sun in X-rays, and it is a variable star. It almost winks out at solar minimum, and at solar maximum it is much brighter. And X-rays are a direct measure of electrical activity. The sun is connected to a galactic circuit which is subject to quasi-cyclical change, so that the origin of the sunspot cycle is beyond the solar system. It may be due to Alfvén waves in the Birkeland currents that feed the solar system, or it could be due to the actual motion and rotary motion of the Birkeland currents past the heliosphere. Seen in X-rays, the sun is a variable star, and yet the heat and light from the sun is constant to within 1/10%. An explanation is very important, for it explains why most bright stars shine steadily. And it's not like the 4th of July. An electric sun, this is something that Don Scott pointed out, because he's an electrical engineer and knows this stuff inside out. He said this voltage curve here across the photospheric tufts, those long filaments that we saw a moment ago, is that of a PNP transistor. In other words, this tufted sheath of our sun forms a barrier for protons escaping the sun, because those protons trying to escape the sun have to climb this barrier here before they can go down this waterfall and excite the corona to its tens of millions of degrees temperatures. And beyond here, there's a slight electrical field, just enough to accelerate the solar wind the way we see it. Of course, this then is a regulating mechanism, because just a small shift in voltage up and down here is enough to modulate the power output that passes through these tufts. And that is the regulating mechanism for all bright stars that have a photosphere. That's why they shine steadily in the night sky. There is no regulating mechanism for a thermonuclear model star. In fact, they're the most unstable things you could imagine, because some of the reactions vary with temperature to the 5th power. Here are these strange things called spicules, and Ralph Jurgens didn't shrink from trying to explain these as well. And it turns out that to maintain a steady discharge through that tufted sheath, there has to be a balance between the number of electrons travelling one direction and the number of positive ions going in the other. And these spicules actually provide the material to be ionised in the chromosphere and maintain a steady discharge. There's an analogue in some arc lamps, the kinds of things used in searchlights. They had porous anodes to actually produce this steady arc. Don Scott, this is his diagram from his book, The Electric Sky. It's the solar transformer. The greatest puzzle of the sun, its magnetic field reversals, is solved. The sun has magnetic fields induced by a varying DC power input, and so acts like a power transformer with an impressed DC current as well. So all you've got is a varying DC current which is driving the sun. Remarkably, once again, here he is, Christian Birkeland proposed that solar magnetism was caused by electric currents induced in the conductive interior of the sun. Hey presto. He should have got a Nobel Prize, several of them. Solar neutrinos match the no thermonuclear engine inside the sun. It's not important, but it's just one of the questions that arise. Neutrinos produced in the dense photospheric plasma, because these are pinches, is where the nucleosynthesis takes place. So stars produce their own heavy elements. You don't have to have supernova explosions to do it. A supernova explosion actually distributes the material that the star has already formed. A neutrino count falls when the sunspots reduce the photospheric area. So the higher the number of sunspots, the lower the number of neutrinos, which is what you'd expect if this second point is correct. So we need not assume a change in flavour of neutrinos, whatever that means. In other words, a change in resonance state of the neutrino, en route from the solar core, because the reactions in those plasma filaments is much more complex than the standard hydrogen to hydrogen chain reaction would provide. Now, stellar and planetary structure and composition are based upon the erroneous conviction that Newtonian big G is a universal constant. So when I say that this sun has a heavy element core, of course the helioseismologists would say, but you know, our models show that it hasn't. But they're basing their model on a completely erroneous idea about the amount of matter in our star or any celestial body. If big G is a variable dependent upon the electrical state or the electrical tension in a body like the sun, then we cannot say what it's made of. We have no way of knowing except by observing material that comes from it. And if the sun is cool, there is a radial internal electric field to be considered, because, as I said before, all the positive charges are heavier than the negative charges. So in a gravitational field there would be an offset and a radial electric field, so all celestial bodies behave like electrets. These internal electric fields can actually respond to disturbances and cause the ejection of large quantities of core material. In other words, form planets and moons and so on. The electric sun has a completely different picture. Here we have a cool core, we have an extensive atmosphere and an ionosphere at the top, and at the very top of that ionosphere is this global lightning or electrical tornado system, packed cheek by jowl. Then above that you have the energy flow, and of course it's normal to expect that incoming electrical energy will excite the plasma out here first, and then as it gets into the more dense atmosphere it will exhibit discharge activity. Out here it's a coronal glow, in here it's normal electric arc phenomena. So the energy to heat the electric sun comes externally from the galaxy. The electric discharge becomes intense close to the sun, heating the thin atmosphere of the corona to millions of degrees, and the superheated corona is a familiar glow discharge phenomenon recognised by high voltage engineers. Now we come to the HR diagram. It's based on observations, it's not based on theory. It's a scatter plot, not an evolutionary plot, and the luminosity and colour of a star depends on its size and the current density at its radiating surface. Discontinuities exist. You've got white dwarfs over here, red giants here, and red and brown dwarfs, which are all discontinuous with the main sequence. These are all stars with bright photospheres, so they have that regulating mechanism. Of course, the astronomers got it back to front. If you do a mirror image, then you have a more understandable arrangement where the stars get brighter and bluer as you increase the current density, so that you get this straight line curve, which is exactly what you'd expect. Red stars have to expand. That's both red dwarfs and red giants. They're stars which are not collecting enough electricity to satisfy the discharge, so plasma adjusts. It's like a living thing almost. It adjusts to its environment. And so it expands the anode sheath to collect enough current. And some of those anode sheaths are monstrous. You know, Betelgeuse, if that star was in our solar system, its photosphere reaches out to the orbit of Jupiter. White dwarfs, on the other hand, may be normal-sized star, but they have no bright photosphere. Their upper atmosphere is in direct contact with the plasma of space. They have only a faint white corona. Imagine if the sun's photosphere turned off, you would see this white envelope, very faint, but very white, very high temperature in appearance. So stellar evolution is a fairy story. This is V838 Monocerotis. This erupting star transformed itself over a period of months from a small underluminous star, a little hotter than the sun, to a highly luminous, cool supergiant star undergoing rapid and complex brightness changes. This was the quote of the article describing it. The transformation defies the conventional understanding of stellar life cycles. It's a very complex story. I've been through it, the theory of it. So here's a red giant. This is actually Betelgeuse. It's 500 times the size of the sun, and it has a hot spot. You've got to ask yourself, you know, what's a hot spot doing on a red giant star? What happens is as that envelope expands, the electric field grows stronger because it's trying to collect electrons from space. But on the other hand, positively charged particles, in other words, its stellar wind, are accelerated more strongly the other way. So you have this anomaly where these cool stars have the most powerful winds known. And if the stellar wind is being boiled off, so to speak, this doesn't make any sense at all. And Betelgeuse sports a hot spot, and I've suggested it may be above one of its poles because one of the Alphane circuits shows that one of the connections of the electric circuit is to the poles of the star. So we may be staring at one of the poles. Giants and dwarfs. The usual story is that stars consume their fuel and change to giants or dwarfs. The story is complex, unverifiable, and regularly contradicted. This is another version of the HR diagram there. And astronomers are perpetually astonished by unexpected changes in stars. This is a white dwarf system. Sirius B is the white dwarf, and Sirius A, you'll see an optical light here. Sirius A is very bright in the sky, and Sirius B is almost invisible, and it's a faint white, so-called white dwarf. Now, if you look at it in X-rays, it's the reverse. Here's Sirius B, it's brighter than its optically bright partner Sirius A. This is what you'd expect, where the discharge reaches into the ionosphere directly of a star. The X-ray output is high, the visual light output is low. There's nothing special about that. It can be an ordinary star. It's just that its partner may have usurped most of the current. It's supposed to be a collapsed star at the end of its fuel. But how can an old and a young star be together? Because here you have an old and a young star, so to speak, under the conventional ideas, together. The white dwarf has no bright photosphere. Its white light and X-rays come from an intense corona. Here's the different star types, and I've shown how I think they would look. A red dwarf is actually quite large. In other words, it's like a red giant in miniature. A red dwarf was discovered, and the astronomers decided that it was putting out too much light for what they assumed was a dwarf star. So they said, oh, it must be a pair of red dwarfs of exactly the same size and power output. I suggested, no, it's a single red dwarf. It's just much bigger than anyone ever expected. Main sequence star, it is covered with photospheric tufting, tufted anode and a controlled discharge. Blue giants are a large star under high electrical stress. Red giants are a normal star under low electrical stress, and it develops a bloated glowing plasma sheath. A white dwarf is a normal star in direct contact with space plasma and has low luminosity. Talking about brown dwarfs, if a brown dwarf gets close to a very bright star, the bright star is at a higher potential than the brown dwarf. That brown dwarf will actually switch off as a star and become a comet. It switches from being an anode in the discharge system to being a cathode, and there are quite distinct differences. Now, if the Earth, hypothetically here, if the Earth was a satellite of a brown dwarf, that radiating shell would be quite enormous. It could have all of the satellites of that object, that small star, orbiting within that envelope. That whole radiating envelope puts energy on the surface of any orbiting planet equally on every square metre. So that you would have no seasons, no day and night, and you'd receive ultraviolet light. This refers to what Dwadu was talking about the other day with the earliest memories of mankind. It suggests that we were in this situation, and astronomers in recent years have come to the conclusion that this is the more likely place for life to thrive. Where we are now is much more precarious. So brown dwarfs don't hang out with stars because electrically it's impossible. The other thing is that these brown dwarfs, unexpectedly, they flare. They throw material off occasionally because they've got no means of controlling their discharge other than to get rid of material, matter, charged matter. So that any satellites of these brown dwarfs gets occasionally drowned in water, an atmosphere, and also solid materials to cause layering on them. Brown dwarfs flare and deposit layered minerals on their satellites. There's a few more logical leaps involved in the electric universe, and I'll just go through a few of them. I asked the question, is gravity a weak electric dipole-to-dipole force between distorted subatomic particles? And this refers to something that Velikovsky said to me when I visited him, and also to Ralph Sansbury's view that all subatomic particles have an orbital structure, a resonant orbital structure. And as Ralph has pointed out, magnetism then is also an electric dipole-to-dipole force due to transverse distortion of electrons or protons accelerated in an electric field. If so, the electric force is the only force necessary in physics, and this goes back to the way classical physics operated by trying to reduce the number of forces and ideas. And quantum effects imply that all matter has a resonant electrical substructure. Information and energy can be stored and transferred via these matter resonances, and that has significance in biological systems too. So astrophysical and biological coherence requires universal, near-instantaneous electrical interactions. All of the so-called spooky quantum things are no longer spooky if we accept this idea. We have a return of the ether. We must have particles to be able to transfer the energy and the forces through so-called empty space. Empty space, I suggest, is full of neutrinos. Neutrinos are the lowest energy state of matter. They exhibit vanishingly small mass. They're composed of subtrons, which is what Ralph called them. They form electric dipoles, that is the neutrinos, in an electric field, and each dipole rotates in the electromagnetic field of a light wave. That ties the speed of light in a vacuum to the moment of inertia of a neutrino. And neutrinos may reintroduce cause and effect to radioactive decay. At present, it's a purely statistical phenomenon. The other thing is that it also solves the difficulty of the so-called annihilation and creation of matter in particle accelerators. You cannot do it, but if the neutrinos are the substrate, they can accept energy and become a particle and its mirror particle. I don't use the word antiparticle because there's no such thing. It's all matter, normal matter. I put these few slides on the end because there was discussion about Venus and the transfer of charge, and I think it's important because it returns Velikovsky's gauntlet to him cordially. Velikovsky argued that planets change orbits, exchange thunderbolts, and quickly settle into peaceful orbits. Now, rapid settling after chaos defies Newton's laws, which, of course, that was the argument levelled against Velikovsky, which for more than a two-body gravitational system are chaotic anyway, so the astronomers have yet to explain why we have a stable solar system. So astronomers simply ignored the gauntlet flung down by Velikovsky. Then we have Anthony Pratt and the convergence of his work with ours some few years ago. And he showed, globally, petroglyphs show to a high degree of confidence that within human existence the Earth has suffered stupendous electric discharge phenomena from the heavens. And that's a picture of one of his papers. Now, if we accept Velikovsky's gauntlet, we need to look at Newton's law of gravity again and just have a think about what it really means. You'll notice there that G, I put its dimensions there just to show that it does include mass, and if mass is a variable, then we have a problem. It is simply assumed that G is the same for all bodies in the universe. In other words, the universal gravitational constant, and that was an assumption. Stellar and planetary structure and composition is based upon this premise, but if mass is a variable, can it explain cosmic pool? The book over there is by one of the Thunderbolts team, C.J. Ransom, The Age of Velikovsky. Of course, MOND is the latest buzzword in gravity theory, the modified Newton's dynamics. I've suggested that we can have electrically modified Newtonian dynamics. And I won't go through all that business there, you can see it on my website and so on. But the upshot is that the radius of the orbit of a planet is proportional to the mass of the planet if you keep the orbital energy constant and you assume the sun's G is constant, and I think that's a fair assumption. If the mass doubles, the orbital radius must double to conserve orbital energy. Now, I said earlier that all planets and stars and all celestial objects will form an electret. In other words, you have positive poles facing inwards and negative poles facing outwards. So it sets up an internal electric field. The planet acts like an electret, and any free electrons would tend to drift towards the surface. Like a subatomic particle under the stress of an electric field, the internal electrical stress modifies the apparent mass of the planet or star, and therefore its gravity. Exchanging charge at the surface through lightning, etc., changes the mass or gravity of a planet, and there is evidence for that. Coronal mass ejections, large ones which strike the Earth, actually change the rate of spin of the Earth suddenly, and then it decays back to its original speed, which is diagnostic of a change of the moment of inertia of the Earth by some means which hasn't been explained. Comet accelerations also. Cometry displays an obvious electric discharge phenomenon. Any body on an eccentric orbit about the Sun will experience discharge activity. The discharge will cause apparent non-Newtonian acceleration, and this is well known with comets. They're very hard to predict their precise return because of them. And this is because the mass of the comet is changing, something that's not taken into any account. However, gravity is still the operative force, but here we have a feedback mechanism which can modify orbits. So, changing planetary mass. The closer the encounter between two planets, and the more powerful the charge exchange between planets, the greater the orbital adjustments. It seems an efficient mechanism for collision avoidance and spacing the planetary orbits apart, which may explain one of the reasons why we survived Velikovsky's catastrophic scenario. The inner planet reduces its charge polarization, its mass, and the outer planet increases its polarization, mass, in the exchange. And I ask the question, is this possible? Yes, I believe it is. Because some years ago it was reported that a spacecraft here, the SOHO spacecraft, picked up stringy things, stringy plasma things, arriving from Venus when it was between us and the Sun. Now those stringy things, of course, are recognised immediately as Birkeland currents, and the Birkeland currents transfer electrons from Venus to the Earth. At present it has little or no effect on the Earth because of the distance and the low current density. So there's an intermittent circuit for transferring electrons from the inner planet to the outer when they're aligned with the Sun. The charge transfer is in the correct sense to induce the planets to move apart into orbits having electrical least interaction. Quickly it will appear as though the system operates according to Newton's laws with no sign of recent instability, and that was the problem that Velikovsky faced, and it was the question I asked him when I visited him. How do we deal with this problem? And I think this is the answer, or part of the answer. And we come to the Sagnac Award winner, and I consider a great man, a modern Galileo. Dr. Halton Arp embraces a plasma universe. I think it's a very apt photograph. Also, I might say there are a lot of interesting issues raised by Haltnaff's discoveries that fit neatly in an electric universe solution. For example, intrinsic quantized redshift and an increase of mass with time are explained by an electrical origin for particle masses and their resonant quantized states. Because the quasars are ejected from a galaxy, the electrons are tangled up in the plasmoid at the centre of a galaxy for far longer than the neutrons, which can escape because they're uncharged, and the protons, which are heavier. So that quasars are electron deficient initially, which means that all of their energy levels of all their matter will function at a lower level. Their fine structure constant will be different, their redshift spectrum will be enhanced, but over time, as the electrons stream out in those great jets that we see, both the mass increases, but it does so in resonant steps, quantized steps, and the brightness increases because the electrical energy arriving is increasing. And so this explains this very strange phenomenon where a quasar ejected at very high speeds from the centre of an active galaxy can actually slow down and go into orbit about its parent. So this is the quasar mass gain. You can see this is one of ARP's diagrams of the birth and the development of quasars into companion galaxies. Intrinsic redshift, an increase in mass of subatomic particles equals an increase in the orbital energies of electrons within atoms in the quasar. That results in a decrease in redshift of the quasar. And since subatomic particles are resonant systems of charge, the redshift must decrease in quantum jumps. Now, any explanation for this kind of intrinsic redshift gets over the problems that you face if you try to talk about the medium between us and the quasar, because you cannot quantize, as far as I can imagine, the redshift by anything that occurs between us and the emitting object, but it's intrinsic to the emitting object.
Called the scientific establishment rose in arms not only against the new Velikovsky theories, but against the man himself. Efforts were made to block the dissemination of Dr. Velikovsky's ideas and to even punish supporters of his investigations. Universities, scientific societies, publishing houses, and popular press were approached and threatened. Social pressures and professional sanctions were invoked to control public opinion. There can be little doubt that in a totalitarian society, not only would Dr. Velikovsky's reputation have been at stake, but also his right to pursue his inquiry, and perhaps even his personal affairs. And that's absolutely factual. And one of the major scientists that was put onto the case of Velikovsky to totally try to refute all of his theories was none other than Carl Sagan. That was Carl Sagan's evening job, if you will, was to go around and harass and try to refute all the theories of Immanuel Velikovsky, and he was not able to refute any of them. Alfred A. Wallace, no less the co-founder, who discovered natural selection previous to Darwin, and with him was the founder of the evolutionist theory. But on reviewing the startling differences between Homo sapiens and other mammals, he realized that man was an exception to the rules of evolution. He amazingly wrote, "Some intelligent power has guided or determined the development of man."
There are so many things that mainstream science does not know. For example, they don't know what gravity is. They can't define it. What makes that happen? What is it that makes the Earth spin? What is it that holds thousands of tons of water in the clouds before a rainstorm? It should just pass right through it. Why is the surface of the Earth negatively charged? Why is it that negative ions are healthy? These fundamental questions, modern mainstream science just doesn't even really bother to know the answers. They just avoid the question or accuse you of being a conspiracy theorist for even asking.
And by the way, this is called gravity.
The electric universe can tell you these things. You get a negative charge, it is healthy. So that must mean that our bodies are negatively charged, like the Earth. The electric universe is a very broad, high-altitude perspective. One has to really put aside all of the dogma and teachings that have been pounded in them since childhood in order to take a true, unbiased look into things. And science needs to become less of a religion and more of a science. You know, uniformitarianism, I think, is the great lie that every single academic science builds its theories on. How could a little river cause the Grand Canyon? And if it did, then where is all the sediment that was carried away? It would have to go somewhere. Couldn't just disappear. You know, the electric universe has an answer for that, too. And, well, a lot of things got started with a company called the East India Company. That's who was paying Darwin. That should be looked into. Also, did you know electricity can immediately cause fossils? One thing they never talk about is that dinosaurs could not have lived in today's gravity. The origin of our solar system and the purple dawn of creation will be in our next episode. So I hope you join me for that one. And it's been a pleasure. Thank you.
The web of circuitry and the electric force connects and unifies all of nature, organising galaxies, energising stars, giving birth to planets, and on our own world, controlling weather and animating biological organisms. In other words, there are no isolated islands in space. Thank you.
I'm going to try to talk on this mic. It's not very good, but get the new PC tomorrow. Can't wait. It'll only take me a few days to download everything, install it, and be back in business. Probably better than ever. So thank you so much for coming, and thank you for sticking with me. It means a lot. Try to donate if you can to help the cause. I can't get super chats until 30,000. That'd probably be around the year 2100. It's okay. All right, everybody. Let me see if I can go to your page here. I can't have two things up at once with this thing. It's one or the other. It's maddening. But here you are. All right. JB. Hey, Barry Axblade, what's up, buddy? It's good to see you. Jade Fox. Jimmy Wormholes. I love you, Jimmy. How you doing, buddy? Cold Matter. Simple Rick. How you doing, Rick? Is that you're not the same Rick as the other Rick? Or yeah, there's another Rick too. I didn't see him tonight. Anyways, Vince Blasenthal, I got the hiccups. Steven 1066, Raycott, Marvin Maniac, Valerie. Thank you for coming, everybody. And I'll see you next week on the new computer. Hopefully everything will be great. Thank you so much. Have a blessed week. And check out what Trump's doing. My God, that USAID thing, it's crazy. Like $8 million for I think, do the Muppets or Sesame Street in Baghdad. Yeah, right. I wonder who really got the $9 million. I'm glad they're sorting things out. Sorry, I'm having a little trouble talking. My tongue is swollen. And I have to go to the doctor tomorrow and get the news. But I expect everything to be okay. Hey, Daryl, Derry A. Derry. Good to see you. JB, all right. All right, guys. See you on Saturday or Sunday next week with new show. By the way, I'm gonna start doing a stream on Rumble too. So look me up there. For some reason, I got two accounts. I don't know how it happened, but I got Greg J1, and then there's Greg J's Cosmology and History. I don't remember even creating that, but I gotta get rid of one of them. So I think I'll just stick with Greg J. But keep your eyes peeled for both. I'm going to do probably the next live stream on Rumble, just to get going. And, then shoot it over to here too. Okay, I love you guys. I'll see you next time, okay? Good night. And be safe out